A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. A very strange picnic is going on in the outskirts of Glastonbury. A picnic given by the doctor who's trying to treat Sammy and Sylvia Allison for the psychological dead end into which confused motives, unhappy love, and obstinacy have brought them. The world of emotion into which Sylvia and Sammy have descended is not like our own. It's one where people are bound to each other by the suffering they cause each other. Dr. Cater's been trying to bring a little light down into this midnight world. And Sammy thinks he's succeeded in a very strange way.
It's nice here, isn't it?
Very.
I move that Sylvia be in charge of dispensing the food while Sammy and I take our eat.
What are we having?
Now, that's a surprise my father prepared. He said it's been the Cater picnic lunch special for 100 years.
Oh.
After you remove that napkin which covers the basket, Sylvia, you're to announce what you'll find there while Sammy and I approve. Proceed, Sylvia.
Knives, forks, paper plates.
Very good.
Olives, pickles, radishes, lettuce.
Oil, vinegar, salt, pepper. I'll make the salad.
You like mixing things.
A peculiar trait of mine, mixing, unmixing.
Turkey. It's so dry. What is it?
Ah, the pièce de résistance. Smoked turkey. Prepared according to a secret formula first discovered by some old alchemist of the kitchen. That's the surprise. Have you ever eaten a stomach?
No.
Have you, Sylvia?
I think so.
Sylvia's more sophisticated than I am. She has more experience of life.
Undoubtedly. Oh, my, this is the perfect hour of a summer's day. High noon. All the goblins and ghosts that haunt the imagination of men are asleep. This is the daylight world, bright, clear, warm, and confident. It makes the minds of men clear, their passions cool, and their ambitions remote. This is what paradise must be like. Always noon and summer, a steady wind blowing out of the valley of the world, and reason supreme. Well, I suppose I'll have to get the water since you're incapacitated, Sammy. The jug, Sylvia.
Here you are.
Thank you. There's a spring a little way down the hill. I remember it from my childhood. I'll be back in a few minutes.
This is very touching, Sylvia. I hope you're enjoying it.
I'm going to try.
I hope I won't be in the way.
Only if you try to.
You tried to keep me out of the way. Why didn't you tell me Dr. Cater wanted me alone?
I didn't want to talk about anything.
But isn't that why we're here? This is only half a picnic. The other half is mumbo-jumbo.
You've changed, Sammy.
I wonder why. I wonder what changed me. Or who.
Blame me.
Should I?
You act like a bitter old man.
You want me to sing?
Oh, stop it, Sammy. Stop it or I'll go right home.
And leave the great entertainer and magician, Dr. Christopher Cater, alone on a mountaintop with me. Oh, you couldn't. You've moved a long way from what you once were, Sylvia. You don't care what I think anymore.
I do.
Only when I agree with you. You know, it's funny. I thought you'd be the last person in the world to let me go.
You were very proud of your hold over me, weren't you? It didn't mean you wanted to help me.
You sound like our friend the doctor.
True.
Yes, I'm the villain now. The bad Sammy. And you're the injured maiden, tender, helpless, alone in the world. Oh, you've got some imagination.
If you hate me so much, why don't you forget me?
I don't hate you. And I can't forget.
You don't love me.
Do you want me to? Do you? He's having a wonderful time.
Well, there's water. And now let's Begin. With the conversation or the turkey? With both. Pass the plates and I'll tie it.
Yes, Sammy.
Oh, I'll just watch. Oh, no, that's forbidden. Everybody participates. Give him a plate, Sylvia. Well, what do you like, Sammy? Off the breast or a drumstick?
Give me a bone to chew on.
That's the artist in you, Sammy. Let's talk without symbolism this hour of high noon. You know, I love that phrase, high noon. I remember that Santayana described the dawn of America's intellectual maturity as a spring morning, cloudy but striking. And we can convert the phrase to our own use.
I'll have some turkey, please.
Oh, good. And you, Sylvia?
Anything.
Isn't that the wrong attitude, too?
In a way. You don't mind my talking while I cut away. You see, I've created this little picnic because I thought it'd be a relief from the musty bedroom in which you spend your hours wondering what people have against you, Sammy.
And from the dark cave of your office, too, I suppose.
Exactly. Here you are, Sammy.
Thank you.
And you, Sylvia.
Thank you.
And this is for poor Christopher. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it always is. Well, now to proceed. Here we are, the three of us, removed from the world and all its illusions. Let's speak the truth to each other the way you and I did the other day, Sammy. The sober truth. Do you agree?
Why not?
And you, Sylvia?
Yes.
First, I'll tell you how this triangle should come out.
I didn't know it was a triangle.
Sammy should go on with his writing, and Sylvia should go back home with her father. There should be no marriage. And the past should be permitted to slide gracefully into the limbo of most false starts.
I'm not going home with my father.
Now, let's postpone that right now.
Why?
Well, let's not postpone it, then. Do you object to my solution, Sammy?
It all depends on Sylvia.
Why not you?
Ask her what she feels.
What is your feeling on this, Sylvia?
I'm not going home with my father.
You said that.
Oh, let me alone.
Eat some turkey, Sylvia.
Oh, why do we have to go through this elaborate make-believe? I know Sylvia's not going to marry me. She told me so. At first, I thought she said it because she promised my mother. But there's a different reason.
Perhaps she doesn't want to get married yet.
Not to me.
But don't you think she's entitled to marry anyone she wants to? Within reason? Always within reason.
She will. You call this a triangle, and it is.
You'd better eat some turkey, too, Sammy.
I'm out of this now. I know that. But I'd like to hear a little bit of the truth from the other side. Maybe you started on the tour of us, Dr. Cater, because you wanted to cure us of a disease, which we didn't have. But that's all in the past. In limbo, as you called it. Why don't you ask Sylvia to tell us the truth? Why don't you want to get married to me, Sylvia? Have you forgotten all the promises we made to each other? All the things that happened? How you wanted to die because I wouldn't marry you once? How I was the only one in the world? Tell Dr. Cater why you changed your mind.
Well, go on, Sylvia. We promised each other we'd be completely honest. Why don't you want to marry Sammy anymore?
You want me to be completely honest?
Yes.
I can't marry Sammy, Dr. Cater. Because I'm in love with you.
The wind keeps blowing, and the high noon is still present. And the sunlight. A little flush of red heightens Christopher Cater's cheekbones. And the truth lies there between the three of them. Spread out like the blanket, like part of the picnic lunch. Sylvia's love for Dr. Cater.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Makerfield, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Army Air Corps. Friends, have you noticed Jell-O is... was Army Air Corps, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast today originates from Mather Field, near Sacramento. Mather Field, where Uncle Sam's Eagles of the Sky are trained.
Yes, sir.
Those young men whose flying ability and courage make them unquestioned monarchs as they soar through the clouds.
You said it.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who's dizzy when he looks over the edge of a teacup, Jack Benny.
Thank you, fellas, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a fine build-up. Imagine saying I get dizzy when I look over the edge of a teacup. Why, I read fortunes in a gypsy tea room. I'm no softy.
Well, Jack, all I meant was...
I don't care what you meant. And for your information, Don, when I was a youngster in Waukegan, Illinois, I was the first person there to fly.
To fly? Why, I never knew that.
Well, it's a fact. When I was about 7 years old, my father gave me a great big kite. I tied the string around my waist like a darn fool. A tornado came along, and I landed in St. Joe, Missouri. St. Joe. Now, cut out that ad-libbing. You orchestra boys are here just to blow your brains out. And about one more toot should do it. But anyway, that's the truth, Don. I was on the end of that kite, and I lit in good old St. Joe.
But, Jack, weren't you hurt when you came down?
No, Don. You see, my ears stuck out in those days, and I glided right into a three-point landing. 2 elbows and my cigar. Oh, really, I wasn't hurt at all.
A cigar? My goodness, Jack. Did you smoke a cigar when you were 7 years old?
I had it in my mouth, Don, but I didn't light it until I was 21. I had terrific willpower. Well, if it isn't our own little bundle for broadcasting. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, you fellas. Contact.
Hey, you did all right. Well, Mary, how do you like it at Mather Field?
Oh, swell. But you know, Jack, all the boys here are so bashful.
Yes. Yes, they are a rather quiet group of fellas, you know.
And they're so shy and reserved.
That's right. All they think about is aviation.
Yeah. Now let's start over and quit kidding.
Now you're talking.
Say, Mary, I noticed you're wearing a pair of wings on your lapel. Where'd you get them?
Oh, the cutest aviator gave them to me. What a doll.
Gave them to you? Mary, these boys aren't supposed to give away their wings.
Well, he didn't give them to me exactly. When he backed away, they stuck to my coat.
Oh, I see. You kissed him. And you just met the fellow?
Well, he reminded me that it was Mother's Day, so what could I do?
Well, I was sweet of you, Mary. So you gave...
Uh-huh.
Good.
Well, at least it started out that way.
Mary, why is it that every time we play a camp, you have to always...
Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day, you know...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well.
Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day, you know...
Take a bow, kid.
I took it already.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day...
How'd you come up here, Dennis? I didn't see you on the train.
Don't you remember? You put me in a crate in the baggage car.
Oh, that's right.
You promised to bring me water once in a while, but you didn't.
I'm sorry, kid. It slipped my mind.
The baggage man reached in for my autograph and I bit him.
Well, that's my fault for putting Rover on the box, you know. I should have known better.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day, you know what I sent my mother?
No, what'd you send her, Dennis?
A picture of me at the age of 45.
What?
I drew some bags under my eyes.
Oh, well, it was nice that you sent her something. Mary, I hope you didn't forget Mother's Day.
I should say not. I sent Mama 2 beautiful canaries.
2 canaries?
Yeah, one whistles deep in the heart of Texas, and the other one claps its wings.
Well, I'm sure the old girl will get a kick out of that, you know.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Make the old man with the gray hair jealous.
What a reception. They love you here, Phil, don't they?
You're telling me. Say, Jackson, ain't this a coincidence? Here it is, Mother's Day, and we're at Mother Field.
That's Mather Field. And although I pronounced it wrong last week. And speaking of Mother's Day... Speaking of Mother's Day, Phil, did you remember your mother?
Yeah, she's a little white-haired lady, about 5'2".
I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. I mean, what did you send her?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, Jackson. I cut off one of my curls, put it in a small box, and mailed it to her.
Cut off one of your curls? Well, that's the corniest thing I ever heard of.
I'd like to see you do it.
I can do it, don't worry.
Well, personally, Phil, I think that sending your mother a lock of your hair was a very sentimental gesture. I bet you got a big kick out of it. Well, I don't know. I got a wire from her this morning that said, "Received fried noodles. Where's the chop suey?"
Well, I'll be doggone. At least you meant well. Hey, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Okay. I'm so sick of dog biscuits I could scream.
Forget about that crate. Now go ahead with your song. Go ahead.
Johnny Doughboy on the road in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that Erin never grew. Oh, the blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, where his mother spoke the sweetest blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, "Darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you." Girls are girls in Londonderry, in Kilkenny, Cork or Kerry, from the Shannon to Duncannon, they're all sweet as can be. But there's one who'll soon be knowing that my heart is overflowing. 'Tis an Irish girl I love, and she's just like you. Johnny Doughboy found the rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, "Darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you."
That was Johnny Doughboy, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell.
Thanks. And I'd like to dedicate that number to all the navigators, pilots, and enlisted men here at Mesa Field.
Well, that's very nice. And now, folks...
What's a navigator, Mr. Benny?
I'll explain it to you later, kid.
Tell him now. I'd like to get the leakage.
Okay. Well, the navigator, fellas, is one of the key members of the air crew. I mean, he's the man who must plan the entire mission on what is known as a Mercator chart.
Oh, I get it.
For me.
Well, let me explain it this way. When the plane takes off, the pilot proceeds to an initial point, and the navigator instructs him what compass course to fly from this point. The navigator must next determine the ground speed, and in order to do this, he solves what is known as a triangle. You know what a triangle is, don't you?
Sure, a man, a woman, and a guy under his sofa.
Phil, it's not your kind of a triangle. It's a wind triangle. Anyway, it is frequently necessary to check accuracy by making celestial observations. To make these observations, the navigator uses an instrument known as a sextant.
Ooh, what he said.
Dennis, pay attention. No use, I'll have to talk to that kid. Thus, by noting his compass and using the sextant, the navigator can determine his precise position. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, how can you use such big words without your teeth flying out?
I've got a bridge like the Golden Gate and keep still. And now, folks, as I was about to announce...
Mary Livingston will read one of her famous poems.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I don't care if you did write a poem. You're not going to read it tonight.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell all these fellows that when you were in the Navy...
Never mind.
You went up to the crow's nest looking for eggs.
Well, I was hungry. All right, Mary, what's the title of your poem?
She was only a pilot's sweetheart, but she sure had a lot of control.
Good. Proceed.
Here we are at Mesa Field, near the town of Sacramento, in the good old USA, where FDR is presidento.
Well, we know where we are, anyway. Now, get going.
I met a boy here yesterday and got acquainted right away.
You always do.
He was so handsome and so cute in his new zoot suit with a parachute.
Some description.
Say, Jack.
What?
Did Longfellow work with a stooge?
No.
Then keep still.
Oh, pardon me. Go ahead.
He showed me his plane with motors twin and said to me, let's go for a spin. But we'd had no introduction, so I stayed right there for ground instruction.
Good. How many more verses, Mary?
One more, and it's all about bombardiers.
Okay.
I'd like to be a bombardier and drop a bomb on Hitler's ear.
Well.
And when he turned to see what got him, I'd drop another on his...
A swell poem. Mary, you did a fine job there. Now, Phil, I think the only thing that could follow Mary's poem would be a good hot band number, so go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, I'm from Postal Telegraph. Would you like to buy a war savings bond and send it to Fred Allen?
Well, I'd like to buy a bond, but why should I send it to Allen?
The shot
would kill him. I know. You got an idea there. Come on out in the hall, bud. I'll write you a check. Play, Phil. I can't give you anything but love, baby, from that new colored caravan in New York. And played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Say, Phil, come here a minute. I've got some very important news for you.
What is it?
You too, Dennis. Now, pay attention.
Okay, hold my yo-yo.
Put that down. Now, fellas, now listen carefully. Incidentally, Mary and Don already know about this. But it so happens, fellas, that the end of this season will be our last year with Jell-O.
What?
You mean we're going to get fired?
I knew it couldn't last. We've been getting away with murder.
Now, wait a minute. Here's what happened. Our sponsor, Mr. Mortimer, got in town from New York last Wednesday, called me up and said he wanted to see me about a very important matter.
Were you worried, Mr. Benny?
About losing my job? Of course not.
Not much you weren't worried.
Well, I wasn't.
Then why were you in Rochester rehearsing Uncle Tom's Cabin all week?
That's only for the summer. Mervin's going to direct it. Now, we're going to play up and down the coast.
Can I be a bloodhound, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, I'll just take the crate off of you. Anyway, fellas, the sponsor called up, so I made a date to see him that afternoon. Mary, Don, and I got in the Maxwell, and Rochester drove us over to Mr. Mortimer's office on Hollywood Boulevard. Rochester, will you please watch what you're doing?
What's the matter, boss?
Take it easy. We're not supposed to drive over 40 miles an hour anymore.
Anymore?
Yes.
The car couldn't hit 40 if it was dropped off the Empire State Building loaded with mercury.
Now, wait a minute. The speedometer says 62.
That's nothing. It says 50 when we're out of gas.
What?
Well, I'll kick it back to 15 if it'll make you feel better.
Just take it easy. You know, I've got a lot on my mind today.
Oh, calm down, Jack. Just because our sponsor's in town and wants to see you doesn't mean you're going to get fired.
Oh, yeah?
Why, certainly, Jack. Mr. Mortimer probably just wants to speak to you.
Yes, and I know what he'll say. Goodbye, Benny. Hello, Skelton. We're dead ducks, I tell you. Rochester, there'll be a rehearsal tonight. Now, remember, you're going to be Topsy.
Why can't I be Uncle Tom? My Topsy is Turvy.
No time for recasting. I tell you, if we don't... Rochester, watch what you're doing. You went right through a red light.
Boss, if you want the wheel, here it is.
Stick that back on there. I'm nervous enough. Imagine, Mary, I've been with Jell-O 8 years, and Mr. Mortimer wants to cast me aside like an old shoe.
Old shoe is right. Look at that pair you've got on.
Never mind.
And sewing those patches on your coat. Who do you think you're fooling?
Listen, Mary, a little sympathy won't hurt. You had to get all dressed up. Where do you think you're going, to a wedding? Don, tear your collar a little, will you? Right there on the side.
Now, Jack, you're just imagining things. I'm sure you're not going to get fired. After all, you're a great comedian.
I stink, and you know it. The heck with that soft stuff.
I'm serious, Jack. You're very important. Jell-O needs you.
I'd feel a lot better if I was sliced bananas. Oh, well. I wouldn't mind if I'd have saved my money. I'd only put something aside for a rainy day.
Oh, don't worry, Jack. I can always go back to the May Company.
Thanks, Mary. I filled out your application this morning. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen.
I'd never leave you, boss. I'd work for you for nothing.
That's mighty sweet of you, Rochester.
I'm working for next to nothing now.
All right, just be thankful that you've got a job, which is probably more than I have.
Oh, say, Jack, that's the building across the street, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Now, Mary, when we get in Mr. Mortimer's office, I wish you'd let me do the talking. You just sit in the corner and wipe your eyes once in a while, you know. I'll give you the cue.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Mr. Mortimer is expecting you.
Good morning, Miss Stewart. Don, you wait out here for us. Come on, let's go in, Mary.
Good luck, Jack.
Thanks.
Well, hello, Jack. Mary, glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello, Mr. Mortimer. Excuse me, I caught a cold. It's down here in my chest. Just killing me.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, Jack, here's what I wanted to see you about.
You don't have to beat around the bush, Mr. Mortimer. I'm not a child. I can take it, you know.
Now, Jack.
But you can't do this to me, Mr. Mortimer. Mr. Mortimer. I've given the best years of my life to this program, and you're not going to shoo me aside like an old crow. It's not fair.
But, Jack, I can't understand what you're so upset about. I've got good news for you.
Well, still, he's halfway out the window now.
Just getting a little breath of air, that's all. What's the good news, Mr. Mortimer?
Here's the situation, Jack. You've been with Joe for 8 years, and naturally, we're very pleased with what you've done.
Uh-huh.
So, next season, General Foods wants you to broadcast for another one of our products.
You mean I'm not leaving your company? You mean we're going to be together next year?
You mean he sewed that patch on his sleeve for nothing?
Mary. Well, Mr. Mortimer, that is good news. Eh, Mary?
Shall I cry now?
It's not necessary.
Your cold is gone, too.
Mary, please. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Mortimer. To tell the truth, I kind of expected this. And believe me, Mr. Mortimer, I'll work just as hard as ever.
We know that, Jack. Now, please give me that revolver. You won't need it.
Here you are. Gee, I can't wait till I tell Don Wilson. Well, goodbye, Mr. Mortimer. Come on, Mary. Oh, Don, I've got good news for you.
Good news? Well, what is it, Jack?
We're leaving Jell-O, Don. Next year, we're going to broadcast for another product.
What? We're leaving Jell-O?
That's right, Don. They're going to keep selling it, you know. Don't worry.
But, Jack, do you mean to tell me that next season I can't talk about tempting and delicious Jell-O? America's favorite gelatin dessert?
Well, I'm afraid not, Don.
You mean I won't be able to tell people to get out of their neighborhood grocer and get Jell-O with a new locked-in flavor?
No, Don.
I won't do it. I said it. I won't.
But, Don, don't cry. Look, you can still tell people to go down to their neighborhood grocer and buy this new product.
Well, as long as they're at their grocers, can't they buy a little package of Jell-O, too?
They'll always be able to get Jell-O. And here's something else, Don. Listen to this. Our new product will be economical, too, and who knows? It may even be delicious with sliced bananas. Well, it'll be wonderful, Don. Wait till we get rolling. You'll love it. Now, come on, kid.
Here's a good idea, friends, for your next Jell-O dessert. It's peach and raspberry pie made with delicious raspberry Jell-O. Say, it's one of the most enticing treats you ever tasted. And nothing could be easier to make. Simply dissolve one package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in 1.5 cups of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, then fold in 1 cup of heavy whipped cream and 2 cups of canned sliced peaches drained. Or, if you wish,
Use 1 box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Turn into a baked pie shell and chill until firm. The result will be one of the best desserts that ever graced a table. A wonderful combination of juicy sliced peaches and bright red raspberry Jell-O. Get several packages of raspberry Jell-O tomorrow. And when you do, be sure to ask for genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series. And next Sunday we will broadcast from the Army Air Force Replacement Center near Santa Ana, California. And folks, it sure was great being here today at Mather Field. And I'd like to thank Colonel Leland R. Hewitt and his staff for all their courtesies. And incidentally, I wish all of the young men listening in could see this marvelous air navigation training center. Believe me, boys, a navigator ain't no small potato. Good luck, fellas, and good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beline and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Mather Field has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of our product by the Army or its personnel.
For a swell treat, there's nothing better than Jell-O puddings, those rich, creamy puddings that are made by the makers of Jell-O. Try Jell-O chocolate pudding. It's smooth, mellow, gloriously good, with a wonderful, rich chocolate flavor developed especially for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program came to you from Mather Field. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States Army Air Base at Santa Ana, we bring you a man who drove us here in his old tin canner, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, as long as I was nice enough to give the whole gang a lift down here in my Maxwell, I don't see any necessity for referring to it as a tin can.
But, Jack, your car isn't exactly the latest model, and besides, it's so slow.
What do you mean, slow?
Look, it's only 50 miles from Hollywood to Santa Ana, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, all I say is, if we leave Saturday morning, we should get here the same day.
All right, what's the big rush? We took our time and we saw beautiful scenery.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. Wasn't such a bad trip after all.
You're darn tootin'.
And incidentally, I'd like to pay my share of the gas.
The gas? No, Don, forget it.
But, Jack, I wouldn't think of imposing. Now, how much was it?
Well, John, let's not talk about it. No, let's not talk about it, please.
But, Jack, I insist. How much do I owe you?
Well, that would come to about... No, John. Forget it. Say.
Now, Jack Benny, I demand that you let me pay my share of the gas. Here's a $20 bill.
Say. Well, Don, it sure is great broadcasting here.
Wait a minute. Don't I get any change?
Change? Oh, yes, pardon me. Your share of the expenses, Don, comes to $1.15, including...
Including what?
Insurance. You had full protection from the Randall Motor Club. I'll get your change. Wait till I open my purse. Here you are.
Well, as I was saying, Don, it sure is great broadcasting for all these Army men.
Yes, Jack, I'm getting a big kick out of it.
Me too.
Well, look who's here, the sweetheart of the Air Force.
Keep me sighing, that's my motto.
Well, here we are, Mary. Isn't this a fine-looking bunch of boys?
You said it. If this was the cafeteria, I wouldn't know which one to pick.
No. These guys like you, too, Mary. You know, they don't see many girls around here.
No, but they see plenty of them at Laguna Beach and Balboa.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. These boys don't go to Balboa to flirt with girls.
They don't, eh?
No. They go there to have fun on the roller coaster. And throw baseballs and win Popeye dolls. And ride in the tunnel of love.
With a Popeye doll, you're crazy.
Well, maybe I am.
Oh, Mary, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack Maxwell?
Lovely.
Now, Don, if Mary doesn't want to help pay for the gas, she doesn't have to. Forget it, Mary. Forget it.
No, I want to pay my share. I didn't chip in last time, and I got anonymous letters for a month.
Anonymous? I wonder who could have... Oh, yes. Anyway, Mary, you don't have to pay the $1.15 for this trip.
Oh, I'll pay it. Where else can I ride 24 hours so cheap?
Well, we would have made it much sooner, Mary, if it hadn't been for that bridge out.
And that's another thing. Why did you make us all get out of the car and look for your bridge?
Because we hit a bump and away it went. That's why. Anyway, I'm not asking you for the money, so what's the big argument?
Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, that's quite a hand you got there.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, all right. I thought I had the mumps early in the week, but it turned out to be a tennis ball.
A tennis ball?
It's a swell game, but I got to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, that would help, you know.
Hey, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Yeah?
I'd like to pay my share of the expenses.
Well, why didn't you say so? You owe me $1 even, Dennis.
Okay, here it is.
Wait a minute, Jack. How come Dennis pays only $1 and you had Mary and me down for $1.15?
There was a 15-cent reward. Dennis found my bridge. He's got very sharp eyes.
But, Mr. Benny, you said the reward was going to be 50 cents.
No, Dennis, 15. You see, kid, with my teeth out, it just sounded like 50. Look, I'll show you, Dennis. Look. 50, 15. You see, they're exactly alike.
Oh, put your bridge back in.
I was just proving something.
Hiya, Jackson. Don't worry, fellas. The show will start rolling now.
What a ham. I suppose the show doesn't get started till you get here, Phil. Huh?
Oh, it gets started all right, but when I come on, I'm like a ray of sunshine, a breath of spring.
Phil, if that's spring on your breath, I've never smelled a Scotch old See, they know you. They didn't even let me finish the gag. Brother, do they know you? Where were you anyway, sir?
Well, I stopped in at the 302 Club to say hello.
To say hello?
Yeah, my Aunt Sophie's the bouncer in there.
What?
Aunt her own, no, Aunt. The next time she slugs me, I'm going to defend myself.
Well, I don't blame you. Say, Don, go ahead and ask Phil, will you?
Ask him why.
You know, about the Axwell maze.
Oh, yes. Say, Phil, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack's car?
Yeah, it was all right.
Wonderful scenery, too.
Oh, Phil, you remember that beautiful orange grove we passed with that gas station right in the middle of it?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me, Jackson. How much do I owe you?
Forget it, Phil. Forget it. For heaven's sake.
Okay. Say, Mary, ain't this a wonderful layout they got here at the air base?
It sure is. Colonel Robinson drove me all over in a Jeep.
You know, I've always wanted to ride in one of them things. I bet it's a lot of fun.
Say, $1.15 isn't going to make me or break me. Forget it, Phil. Forget it. Will you?
I did already. Forget it. Let's get on with the program.
Okay. Now, Dennis, I think it's about time for your... I can't stand it chiseling. Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a band leader next year that pays off, believe me. Yes, sir, that old Double C. That was When You're With Me by Harry Brick and Jimmy Lambert, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, remember last week when I dedicated my song to the Navigators and you told me what a Navigator was?
Yes?
Well, this week I'd like to dedicate my number to the Bombardiers.
Oh.
Can you pound that into my head?
Now, Dennis, I'm not going through that again. I'll tell you later.
Tell him now, Jackson. I'm an eager beaver, and I want to get help.
Eager beaver? What's that?
Well, that's what they call a cadet around here that's snappy, on his toes all the time, like me.
Oh. Well, Phil, you're not exactly an eager beaver. You're more the jerky turkey type. Whatever that means. However, fellows, if you want to know what a bombardier is, here goes.
Okay. Now, pay attention, Dennis Day. Do you want to be a joke all your life?
Quiet. Now, the bombardier fellas sit in the glass-enclosed nose of the ship. And when the navigator advises him they are nearing the target, he starts regulating his bomb sight. This delicate instrument represents the optimum in mechanical precision and coordination.
Oh, I get it.
Good.
Is it risque?
No, it's not risque. Now, fellas, a bombardier is chosen for steady nerves and exceptional eyesight, and as head man during the bombing operation. That is, he is in charge of the plane from the time the objective is sighted until he drops his egg.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Dennis, they're not really eggs, they're bombs. Oh. Once the bombardier has released the bomb, he relays this fact over intercommunication, and the plane proceeds to its home base. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be twins or triplets.
Take it easy, Phil. He's expecting folks, you know. Anyway, fellas, I hope I have clearly explained the bombardier and bomb sight.
You certainly have, Jack. And now let me explain about Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in constant intercommunication with your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jell-O. You'll find that it's not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. And I know a bomb sight more about Jell-O than I do about aviation. I thank you.
Well, you're in there punching down. I wish I'd have thought of that myself. You know, that's one of the cleverest. Come in.
Got a special delivery here from Mel Livingston.
I'll take it. Here you are, Mary.
Got to sign for it, you know, government regulations.
I know that. We've been getting special delivery letters for years.
I've been delivering them for years and never got one, though.
All right, all right. Mary, who's the...
I haven't got my hand out to see if it's going to rain, you know.
Oh, yes, the tip. Here you are.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can buy a half of a Saturday evening post.
Get out of here. I think a nickel was poison or something.
Oh, Jack, this is the cutest letter. It's from that handsome navigator I met at Maple Field last Sunday.
Oh, Hutchison, eh?
Yeah, I call him Hutch. Listen to this. My dear Miss Livingston, or may I call you Doll?
Gee, he went right past Popeye, didn't he?
Get this, Jack. Just a line to thank you for the big box of homemade fudge you sent me. I've often had it with nuts, but this is the only time I ever found bolts in it.
Bolts in it?
They were really nuts, but I didn't take the shells off them.
Continue.
You know, I had a dream about you last night, Mary, and just as I put my arms around you, somebody shook me. This is the first time I was ever kissed by a top sergeant.
Well.
I understand, Mary, that you and your father are doing your program from Santa Ana this week.
Wait a minute. Did you tell that guy I was your father?
No, he pacified you himself.
I'm prematurely gray, and he thinks I'm your father.
Well, my father's prematurely gray, and he's younger than you are.
All right. Younger than you are. Never mind. Finish the letter.
Anyhow, Mary, watch out for the cadets at Santa Ana. If you happen to go to Balboa with any of them, don't ride to the tunnel of love unless you take your father with you.
There he goes again. Mary, when you write to him, straighten that out, will you?
No other news, so we'll close with love to you from your own little Hutchie.
Hutchie's about 6'2", and he's getting kittenish.
P.S. If you send me another box of that fudge, I'm going to keep it till I fly over Tokyo. That'll do the trick.
Hey, that guy writes a pretty good letter, but you know, Mary, I don't think he should be making fudge when everybody's trying to conserve sugar.
Sugar? Oh, that's what I forgot to put in it.
What a cook. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to, pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, I told you we should have never taken that boat of yours along on this trip. He's crazy.
Mr. Billingsley? What's the matter now?
He thinks he's a bombardier.
A bombardier?
Yeah, he's sitting on the radio of the car dropping ping-pong balls on an anthill.
Oh, he's just playing. He'll be okay on the way home.
He ain't going home. He says he's going to join the Air Force and kill Hitler.
Well, what's wrong with that?
About 5 minutes ago, he looked right at yours truly and said, that suntan ain't fooling me, Adolf.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even resemble the man.
Be calm now, Rochester. When I see Mr. Billingsley, I'll explain things to him.
Well, don't let your bridge work it out. He thinks you're a Jap.
Well, look, Rochester, Mr. Billingsley won't hurt you. He's harmless, so don't worry.
Who's worrying? Did you ever notice the wing spread on my razor?
You leave Mr. Billingsley alone. Now, Rochester, bring the car over here to the camp and pick me up right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boy.
Now what?
I got bad news for you. I wasn't able to get that blowout fixed.
You couldn't fix the blowout? Well, how are we going to drive home?
It's all set. We got 3 tires and a hoop snake.
Well, that might work. So long. I wish Rochester would try to understand Mr. Billingsley. After all, he paid me $115 to come down here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, I'm going to offer a musical salute to a great American, George M. Cohan. The orchestra is going to play a medley of some of his most popular song hits, which are now in Jimmy Cagney's new picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Take it, boys.
Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride a pony. I am a Yankee Doodle boy.
But with society will say Marie. But it was Mary, long before the fashion came. And there is something there that counts us where it's a grand old name.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever on high may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I know, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's ever a boat on flag. But with all the flags and the tears forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. Keep your eye on that grand old flag.
A medley of George M. Cohan's most popular numbers played by the orchestra. Hope you're listening in, George, and that you're feeling fine. Now, Don, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so should we give the folks our surprise novelty?
Yes, Jack. Are you all set?
Wait till I put this clothespin on my nose. Wait a minute.
1 second. Okay, Don. I guess I sound a little more like him now. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you probably know, Fred Allen will be on the air in a little while And of late, he has been opening his show with an alleged comical analysis of the Jell-O program.
Hey, what is this?
You'll see, Dennis. You'll see.
Now, this evening, folks, we would like to give you a preview of approximately what Mr. Allen will say about the program we've just concluded. Mr. Allen would probably start out something like this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen, that meager beaver talking. And, Jimmy, did you by any chance listen to Jack Benny's program tonight?
Why, no, Fred, I didn't.
Well, you didn't miss much. Benny was broadcasting from the Santa Ana Air Base out in California. He's been playing quite a few air bases lately. That's because they've been giving him free oxygen for his flat lungs.
What else did he do, Fred?
Well, it seems that Benny drove his whole gang down from Hollywood in that old Maxwell of his and made him each pay for the ride. That's like putting a nickel in a jukebox to hear a raspberry.
Oh, Mr. Allen, will you stop running down Jack?
40, you stay out of it. And then, Jimmy, Mary read a letter that she got from a boyfriend that made her feel. And this fellow thought Jack was her father. You can't blame the boy for thinking Jack Benny is that old. After all, the only reason George Washington stood up on the boat when he was crossing the Delaware was because Benny made his pants too tight. And then at the end of the program, he gave a corny imitation of me, and that's about all there was to it.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen, a preview of what Fred Allen will say about Jack Benny. So if you still want to listen to his program, don't say we didn't give you fair warning.
You said it. Play,
Dad and Mother, sister and brother, they'll all rich.
We're a little late, so thanks, Colonel Robertson and all the boys, and good night.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today, a simple Easter gift brings Phil so much trouble he may very likely hold a grudge against the Easter Bunny the rest of his life. More about that in a moment. First, a word from RCA Victor. RCA Victor Television is outstanding in performance, outstanding in quality. It's the best your money can buy. And now, you can buy an RCA Victor superset like the Glenside Ensemble for the wonderful low price of only $279.95. The 17-inch Glenside Ensemble is like console television at a table model price. It comes complete with a beautiful matching consolette base. It brings you television with picture power. Clearer pictures in the city, stronger pictures in the country, steadier pictures in even the most difficult reception areas. All for only $279.95. And the Glenside Ensemble's price is complete. It includes federal excise tax, full-year warranty on the 17-inch picture tube, and no extra charge for your favorite mahogany finish. So buy the Glenside Ensemble and ask your dealer about a factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor Television with RCA Factory Service, you get television's greatest combination. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. For the first time in 10 years, the Harrises weren't in the Easter parade today. They were all set for it, but something happened to prevent it. Let's go back to yesterday. Alice's new Easter dress has just arrived, and she's about to show it to Phil and Frankie.
Oh, fellas, wait till you see this dress. It's an original French creation. There. Isn't this the most gorgeous thing you've ever seen? Phil, aren't you just mad about the way the organdy blends with the chiffon bolero?
Yeah. And I love the way the flared peplum is offset by the file bodice with the sheer crepe de chine veiling cascading over the shirred yoke. Which tends to give it that ooh feeling.
Oh, stop it, Phil. You don't know anything about women's styles at all. Frankie, how do you like my dress?
I hate it.
Fellas, is that nice? I spent 2 weeks shopping for this dress. I think it's beautiful, and you don't like it.
Oh, we were only kidding, honey. You have wonderful taste. We think your dress is gorgeous. It's the most beautiful thing we've ever seen, and we love it. Don't we, Frankie?
Speak for yourself. I still hate it.
I don't care if you fellas like it or not. I'm going to wear it tomorrow. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll hang it in my closet.
Look, I'll hang it up for you, honey, because I was going in the bedroom anyway. Come on, Remley.
Okay. All right. Curly? Your wife doesn't have very good taste in clothes, does she? I've never seen such a drab dress.
What do you mean, drab? It's a genuine copy of the outfit worn by Katharine Hepburn in The African Queen. Or was it the one worn by Humphrey Bogart?
That dress is not for Alice. It's too conservative for a flashy blonde.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to fix that. You see, I'm always thinking. That's why I offered to hang it up. Because I've got a little surprise for Alice.
What kind of a surprise?
Remley. I bought her a brooch for Easter that's going to really set this dress off.
Oh?
I'm going to pin it on the dress now, and then I'm going to surprise her, see, when she...
Hey, I hope you got something a little more colorful in the dress.
You know my taste, kid. Look, I got the brooch right here in this box. You know something, Remley?
What?
It's solid platinum encrusted with rare jewels. Wait, I'll get it out and show you. There you are. How you like it?
Curly, it's beautiful. The first time I've seen a fruit salad glued to a sterling silver hubcap. Isn't this thing a little overdone? It's so big and flashy.
It's not big and it's not flashy. You just don't know jewels. This thing tells a story. You see, it represents a simple little country scene in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
What are those little red spots?
Those are rubies. It's the tomato season and they're canning.
What are those black stones for?
Oh, that represents smoke. You see, the still just blew up and set the barn on fire.
See? And what are those 7 gold collar buttons doing there?
Those are the Firehouse 5 plus 2. They're on their way to put out the fire. Now, over back is the sun. That's the...
Never mind. Curly, I don't think that thing's going to look good on the dress.
It's going to look good. I'll show you. Now, I'll put the dress on this hanger, then I'll pin the brooch on.
Need any help lifting the brooch?
Don't be sarcastic. Now, let's see. I think it'll look pretty here, right on the lace.
Curly, that lace is fragile.
Please, I know what I'm doing. I'll just pin it right here on the neck. There.
Oh, no.
Hey, Remley, I'm afraid to look. What happened?
Nothing much. You just ripped the whole front of the dress out.
Oh, no, her new dress. When Alice sees that, she'll have a fit.
Now, don't get excited, Curly. We can fix it.
How are we going to fix it?
A little glue, a piece of adhesive tape, and some chicken wire. It'll be as good as new.
Remley, we can't fix the dress that way.
Why not?
There ain't a piece of chicken wire in the house. There's only one thing we can do. Now we're going to have to run down to that shop where Alice bought this dress and get another one just like it.
Curly, I don't want to go shopping for a dress. It sounds dull. But I'll go with you if you make it worth my while.
Okay, I'll sing to you.
I didn't mean that.
That's the interpretation I got. Music, please. Just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. A rambling and a gambling man, I'm free every night. I eat a porterhouse steak 3 times a day for my board. More than any guy in this whole town can afford. I got a big electric fan to keep me cool when I sleep. A mattress stuffed with dollar bills to tickle my feet. My motto is meet 'em and cheat 'em and love 'em and leave 'em and break 'em in right. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. My house was built with pawn shop tickets, red, white, and blue. My suits are made of tiger skin right out of the zoo. I got a lot of money in the bank, I made it myself. The hearts of all my girlfriends lying right on my shelf. I wore girls' whistle every time I go by, but I'm pretty darn particular, I'm telling no lie. I'm in there wheeling and dealing and really appealing and high as a kite. Come on, let's fly together, 'cause I'm rugged but right. Just call up to tell you that I'm rugged but fat. You caused me plenty worry, put my lips in my hair. You got the lips that sunk the ships of England, France, and Peru. But I'm just like Napoleon, 'cause you're my Waterloo. I'd like a 15-minute intermission in your Ford D8. I'd love to make it longer, but I got a late date. My morals have always been gone with the wind, so let's breeze it tonight. I just called up to tell you that I'm rugged but right. Don't overdo it, 'cause I really overdo it last night.
Hey, Curly, this is a pretty fancy schmancy place.
Well, certainly it's a very exclusive dress shop. They cater to society.
How'd Alice get in here?
When she married me, she inherited my social position.
That's good, huh?
Natch. See, I never told you this, but Dad is in the Blue Book. Right between the 1914 Essex and the Stutz Bearcat.
Yeah, all right. Let's get the dress and get out of here. Where's the salesman? Let's have some service.
Wait a minute, Frankie. Just be discreet. Be nice. This is a high-class place.
I know
you
how
can't
to act. I'll show you how to get a salesman.
Hey, Max, how about a little service? Come on, let's have some action. Frankie, please.
What is all this ruckus, you ruffians?
Okay, buddy, don't give us any trouble. Just bring out...
Oh, no! Oh, hold up. Oh, don't shoot. Just take all the money you want out of the cash register.
Now, wait a minute, mister. We're not here to... Frankie!
He offered it to us.
Close that cash register drawer.
Okay.
Mister, we want to buy something.
Do you have money?
Yeah, I got a whole handful of it. Look.
Put that back in the drawer.
Never mind, I'll take it. Now, what do you fellows want?
Well, sir, Alice Faye bought a dress here yesterday, and I want to get one just like it.
I'd love to help you, but I don't think we have one in your size.
Look, mister, it ain't for me. Do I look like I wear dresses?
I don't ask questions. I just sell clothes.
Let me belt them one, Colonel.
Not yet. Now, let me explain, mister. Alice Faye is my wife. She bought an Easter dress here yesterday, and I want to get another one for her, just like it.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but we're out of that dress in your wife's size.
Oh, no. Now what am I going to do?
Well, if you want a dress for Miss Faye, how about this creation right here? Isn't it out of this world? Look at that billowy chocolate brown skirt, the mint green sash, the strawberry blouse, and notice the way it's topped off with a creamy white collar. Do you like it?
Oh, it looks delicious.
Shall I wrap it up?
No, I'll eat it here.
I just knew you'd say that. Well, do you want this dress or don't you?
Well, it sounds nice. Maybe I'll take it. How much is it?
$695.
I just knew you'd say that. Now you can belt him, Remley. Imagine asking $695 for a dress
Oh, Curly, stop quibbling. If you haven't got the money, I'll pay for it.
Well, that's very nice. Who said that?
I did. How much is the dress, mister?
$695.
Right. You cash relief checks?
Oh, I might have known. Now, go on, get out of my shop, both of you.
All right,
Get out.
we're going. Come on, Remley. Remley, I got to get a dress for Alice someplace, and I got to do it fast.
Well, there are other places. We'll find... Hey, Curly.
What?
There's a dress shop over there.
Where?
Right there. See the sign?
Oh, yeah.
Madame Lola's Women's Wear and Swap Shop.
Yeah. Look what else it says. We specialize in women's spring ensembles, Lockheed pedal pushers, and rehearsal outfit for lady wrestlers. Remley, we can't find anything. Hey, wait.
What?
Hey, wait a minute. You see what I see?
Where?
Look. Look at that dress they got in the window. Now, there's a dress that's got class. It don't look like that shroud that Alice bought. Look at that.
That's what I call a dress. That's got everything.
Yeah, that's just the thing for Alice. Oh,
Uh-huh.
she'll love it. Come on. We're going in and buy that.
Right.
Hey, now, Frankie, you sure Alice is not around?
No, she's in the kitchen.
Good. Now, let's get the dress out of the box and put it across her bed.
Here. Come on, hurry up. I can't wait to see it again.
Neither can I. There it is. Hey, Remley, ain't that a dream?
Colorful, ain't it?
Sure. I love the way that flaming red bodice is offset by the green fur around the neck.
Yes, that's nice, but the thing that really gives it class are those two big orange bows at the hips.
Yeah, that does give it class, but the thing that makes the dress are them yellow ostrich feathers in the rear.
You know something? If this dress wasn't handmade, it might look cheap.
Never. Now, come on, let's go in the living room. Now, look, we got to think of some way to get Alice to go into the bedroom so she can see her surprise.
I can just picture her face when she sees that dress.
Oh, there you are, fellas. Where have you been?
Where have you been? We went for a long walk.
Oh?
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Walked a long way.
Good.
Gee whiz, Alice, my feet are tired. Would you mind going into the bedroom and get my slippers?
All right, dear. I'll be right back.
Ah, she's a good wife. Best slipper retriever I ever had.
Curly, I can't wait to hear what Alice says when she sees that dress.
Yeah, I can just picture her face lighten up and she'll be...
What's she screaming about?
I guess she can't find my slippers. So excitable, there's no...
Phil, help!
What's the matter?
There's a monster crawling across my bed.
What kind of a monster?
It's a big red animal with green fur and a yellow tail.
I'm going to get a stick and kill it. You stay... Wait a minute. That's thing in there happens to be...
Chase it out of my bedroom. Get it out. I'm going into the kitchen. I can't stand being anywhere near it. Get it out of the house. Get it out. Get it out.
Curly? You think maybe she didn't like the dress?
Well, she didn't like it as a monster, but she'll love it for her evening dress.
You know, I don't think you'll ever get her anywhere near that thing.
No, I guess not. She doesn't like it. You can't do things for women. Frankie, get rid of it while I go in and calm Alice down.
All right.
Honey?
Yeah?
Honey, how you feeling?
Oh, Phil, I'm shaking all over. Oh, that horrible sight. I'll never get over that.
Now, honey, please, honey. Just please, take it easy.
Oh, gosh.
Relax.
Oh, how can I relax?
Well, why don't you sing? That always relaxes you.
Phil, I can't. Yeah, that ought to do it.
Why don't we go walking tonight while the moon is shining? The lovely light you can tell at a glance. It's a night for romance.
The night is long, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking there, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. I understand the reasons why you're sentimental, 'cause so am I. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear Mother Nature murmuring low. Let yourself go, so please be sweet, my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's the limit, it's the limit, it's deluxe, it's delightful.
It's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, and the night is young. Skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. I understand the reason why you're sentimental, 'cause so am I. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely.
You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear Mother Nature murmuring low.
Let yourself go, so please be sweet, my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me,
it's delightful, delicious, delectable, delirious.
It's the limit, it's the limit, it's deluxe, it's lovely.
Hey, Frankie.
Yeah?
I finally got Alice quieted down. Did you get rid of that dress?
Yeah, I burned it. Didn't give up without a fight, though. Kept snapping at me.
Yeah, good. Look, we got to get a dress for Alice fast. Will you help me, please?
Yeah, but where are we going to... Wait a minute. Why didn't I think of this before? A friend of mine has an exclusive dress shop downtown. Let's go there.
Remley, it's after 7. All the stores are closed.
Not this place. It's very exclusive. It's open all night. Let's go.
All right. Hey, Remley. It's awful dark in here. What kind of a neighborhood is this?
It's a very nice neighborhood. Some of the finest stores in the city are here. Watch your step, Curly. Don't trip over that guy lying in the alley.
Sleeps good, don't he? Remley, where is your friend's dress shop?
Right along here someplace, Curly.
Hey, Bud, you want to buy a hot evening gown?
Here's his shop now.
Remley, I ain't buying nothing in an alley. Let's get out of here.
Take one step and I'll drop you in your tracks.
Stroke him!
Hiya, Harris. Nice of you to come down to my grand opening. What can I do for you?
Well, Grogan, I wanted to buy a dress for my wife,
You will
but...
find it here. I got the latest Paris originals, creations that any woman would give her soul for.
You got Paris creations, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Where are they?
Hanging right there on a fence. Aren't they beautiful?
Well, I don't like your fence fashions, but kind of like that one you've got over there.
Which one?
The one that's draped over the ash can.
That's my girlfriend. She's waiting for me to close.
Look, Grogan, this is a lot of junk, and I ain't buying nothing like this for my wife.
Junk, he says, junk. Just look at this gown right here. Why, this is a beautiful thing. This is a masterpiece of dressmaking. And I guarantee that your wife won't be able to tell that it's ever been worn before.
It's been worn before?
Well, yeah. It belonged to an old maid who lived in Pomona. She never got out of the house.
Yeah, all right, bro. My wife don't wear dresses that have been worn by somebody else.
Oh, one of them high-class dames, huh? Well, if you don't like that one, how about this one here? Now, ain't this a beauty? Pure white with lovely brown polka dots all over.
They don't look like polka dots to me.
So they're gravy stains. Who's going to know the difference?
Hey, Curly, there's a dress that looks nice, and it's clean, too.
Yeah, say, that ain't a bad-looking dress. I might buy that if it's Alice's size.
What size does your wife wear?
What size the dress?
I asked you first.
She wears size 10.
That's it.
Wait a minute. What do you mean it's size 10? The label in there says it's size 18.
That was before the rain last night.
It was out in the rain?
Yeah, shrunk it down beautifully, didn't it? Now then, shall I wring it out and wrap it up?
Grogan.
What?
I don't want you to think that I'm a snob. But I can't give Alice a wet dress.
Get her some long underwear, she'll never feel it.
I believe that does it. So long, Grogan. I'll be seeing you. Come on, Remley. We can't get anything, so I'm just going to have to go home and tell Alice what I did to her dress.
Right.
Goodbye.
Hey, Curly, how long are you going to stand outside your house? Go on in. Tell Alice what happened.
Frankie, I can't do it. I just haven't got the nerve to tell her what happened to the dress. There must be some way we can get out of it.
Hey, Curly, look, I got an idea. If she thought you were hurt in, say, a hold-up, she'd be so worried about you, she'd forget about the dress.
Hold up? Sure. Yeah. I could tell her I got shot. I could put a bandage on my forehead.
Or you could put some ketchup on your chest.
Why don't you just put a bullet hole in his stomach?
Will you please?
Now, wait a minute, Curly. I think he's got something. A stomach wound would be convincing.
Yeah, I could also walk in kicking my head in front of me, but I ain't going to do it.
What are the poor man's Martin and Lewis cooking up now?
We ain't Martin and Lewis.
You're telling me.
Why don't you beat it, kid? Remley, we got to think of something to... Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
I could rip up all of her dresses and tell her that a crank got in the house and... Hey, wait a minute. Better yet, I could set fire to her bedroom and tell her that her dress got burned.
Mr. Harris, can I ask you just one question?
Oh, yeah. I suppose you want to know why I want to destroy my wife's clothes.
No, that ain't it.
Then what do you want to know?
How does it feel to have a wet rock for a brain?
Julius,
Don't tell him, Curly. It's none of his business.
Now, wait a minute. Why don't you go home, kid? What are you doing out this late anyway?
I'm making some last-minute Easter deliveries. I got some stuff for you, too. 2 dozen eggs, a pound of bacon, a loaf of raisin bread, and your Angora bed jacket.
He's starting to talk like us.
What do you mean?
Did you hear that crazy thing he just said?
What's crazy about my having a loaf of raisin bread? I like raisin bread. Where'd you get my bed jacket, kid?
The dry cleaner asked me to make some deliveries for him. Well, I better run along. I still got this dress.
Yeah, please, run along and you go...
I got this dress to deliver.
Wait a minute. Dress. Hey, kid, what kind of a dress? Who's it belong to?
A big celebrity somebody who lives in the next block.
That's it. Hey, Julius, kid, will you do me a favor and just let me borrow that dress for one day?
You want to borrow it?
Oh, I suppose you think it's strange that I want to borrow a dress.
No. Any guy who would wear an Angora bed jacket would wear any.
Wait a minute, kid. I'm in trouble. I've ruined Alice's Easter dress, and if I don't get her one to replace it, she'll kill me.
Oh, that would be dreadful. In that case, I'm going to help you. Here's the dress. Keep the bag on it so it don't get soiled.
Hey, thanks, kid. I'll never forget you for this. Come on, Remley. Hey, he's a good boy. Hey, Julius, this dress will fix everything.
Certainly will. Wait till he finds out that the dress his wife is going to wear in the Easter parade tomorrow was worn last night at the Legion Stadium by Gorgeous George.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. RCA Victor now bring you the 101 best-selling records of all time. They're the records proved bestsellers through the years. Check the list of these 101 selections at your RCA Victor record dealers now. In this complete series, you'll find your favorite music, from classical to popular, from sonatas to swing. And the list includes your favorite artists, too. You can choose albums by Arturo Toscanini, Eugene Ormandy, and Vladimir Horowitz. You can choose albums or single records by Artie Shaw, Glenn Miller, Mario Lanza, Perry Como, and many more RCA Victor recording stars. So, stop in at your nearest record dealers soon. Check the list of RCA Victor's 101 bestsellers of all time. And buy the albums or records you need to complete your collection. Remember, they're the 101 best-selling records of all time, recorded by RCA Victor.
We're a little late, so good night, everyone, and happy Easter.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Catherine Cornell and Brian Ahern on NBC.
And its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite, following a popular trend, anticipates the strange disappearance of experimental rocket ship Y272B. The time, the year 2053. The place, the planet Mars. The star, Mr. Jack Benny. Say, Hap, that was quite a speech you made last night. You were as dynamic as an Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, that's flattery, Harlow.
And what a battery it is, Hap. The Autolite Stay Full is the power-packed pepster that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I was really good, Harlow?
Oh, no one could do any better than to visit his nearest Autolite battery dealer, who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just call Western Union by number.
And ask for operator 25. I'll tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer where you can get an Autolite Stay Full.
The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, Autolite presents transcribed Plan X, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
The card. Do you have the card yet?
One more run through the machine.
Tourig, when do you think the Earth rocket is arriving?
Tomorrow. But if the Grand Council wanted the card before now, they should have asked me before now.
Is that it? Let me see it.
Here.
13756. Zeno. Assembly line worker. Atomic escalator factory. Tourig, this is the man for the job?
He has the specifications called for.
An assembly line worker. Why, it's incredible. Incredible.
Yes? Yes? Right away. You may go in now, Zeno. The Grand Council is ready for you.
(13756) called Zeno. Come forward.
Yes, sir.
Zeno, the Grand Council of Mars has a mission for you to perform.
Me? A mission?
You have been selected because of the qualities shown on your work and identity card, Form 42-A. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional or biological drives, and complete suppression of imagination.
Well, I always pride myself
Do not
that
speak unless questioned, Zeno. The Grand Council has other important matters of state.
Of course, of course.
You have heard the telephone broadcast that an armed rocket from the planet Earth is approaching Mars?
Oh, I did hear something about it, yes.
Their course has been plotted as bringing them to a landing on the plain outside the city at 10:14 tomorrow morning.
10:14. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
You will see it, Citizen Zeno.
Me?
You.
Well, I'd certainly like to, but I'm due in the atomic escalator factory at 8. I'm on stair treads, you know. And
we've arranged a leave from your job.
Leave? Well, I'm not arguing with the Grand Council, but I've got a pretty important job there, and...
13756, you've been selected to meet and deal with the Earth rocket.
Me?
You will put Plan X into operation.
Plan X?
Citizen Zeno, every Martian for the last 50 years has been thoroughly grounded in Plan X, if and when a rocket should come from the Earth.
Oh, Plan X. Oh, you see, I thought you said Plan X. Of course.
Then you understand and accept the responsibility.
Oh, anything to help out.
Those assisting you on the mission will be in contact with you.
Good.
Have the other council members any questions?
No, I don't believe so.
13756 called Zeno. You are now officially operating under the provisions of Plan X.
Well, thank you. I took the aerial transmission belt directly home. Let them get along without me at the escalator factory if they could. Besides, it was almost quitting time. I went to bed early that night. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. Plan X. Out of the whole population of Mars, I was picked to carry out Plan X. Oh, I'll admit I had my criticisms of the Grand Council in the past, but this restored my confidence in them. Yes, sir. They couldn't have picked a better Martian. I think I'll have a second cup of Ostrich, Mother.
Zeno, you hadn't time. You'll be late for the factory as it is.
As I told you, Mother, I'm on leave. Orders of the Grand Council.
Oh, yes, of course, Plan X. But will the Grand Council care if you don't get your job back?
There won't be any trouble. They couldn't replace me in stair treads, and they know it. Pass the Gorot, will you, Mother?
Here. But it's fattening, Zeno.
I got a hard task coming up, Mother. I owe it to myself.
And you will be careful, Zeno.
Oh, Mother, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. It's just an invasion rocket from that stupid planet Earth. So will you stop worrying?
You're just like your father was, Zeno. too brave for your own good.
I am? Well, it's nothing, really. I took my time going over to the field where the Earth rocket was to land. I got there at 10, with not another soul around. Another few minutes, and I had my pocket radar screen working. Yep, the rocket was coming in, right on time. Then I could hear it out in space, and soon after that I could see it, bearing our first visitors from Earth. Gee, I was thinking they must be a brave crew. I almost felt sorry for them. It wasn't a bad landing. Not the greatest, but not bad. After another 10 minutes, a port in the side of the rocket started to swing open, and I walked over. If I do say it myself, I made quite an impression.
Commander, look. Great Scott, what is it? Commander, I think we've met our first Martian.
All right, keep back, everybody. Dr. Fielding and I will deal with it. Him, whatever it is. Hand me the Martian kit, Parker.
All ready, sir?
Come on, Fielding. Be ready for anything.
Right, Commander.
I'll try to talk to him. We Earth people, we friends. Friends? We come from out there. Oh, blasted Fielding, I feel like a fool.
Let me try, Commander. We bring you presents. Here, we bring you beads, cloths of many colors. Take them.
You wouldn't have something a little more conservative?
Fielding, he speaks Esperanto.
Incredible.
Gentlemen, welcome to Mars.
It's almost as if he was expecting us.
Oh, yes, for some days now. Ever since you left Earth, as a matter of fact.
You hear that, Fielding?
Commander, we may very well be in the presence of a superior race.
Well, thank you.
You say you expected us? Everyone expected us?
Oh, certainly.
But you're here alone.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, all other adult Martians are, shall we say, unavailable.
For how long?
Not wishing to pry, but how long are you staying?
Well, they've taken to the hills, have they? No need to be afraid of us. No need at all.
There's no one in your city over there?
Mainly unavailable. But I'll be glad to show you around. Martian hospitality, you know.
Amazing. Can we go right away, Commander? I'll get Connie.
You can call her, Fielding, but we don't want to blunder into a trap. All right, men. All in. Parker, take 3 men and stay here for rocket guard.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Fielding?
All set, Commander. Connie, I want you to meet our first Martian.
Dr. Fielding, I don't believe it.
Miss Morrison, this is,
13756. Called Zeno.
Miss Morrison, this is Zeno.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Incredible. But he's almost handsome in a strange way. And he speaks our language.
Maybe a trick of some kind. Expedition force, on to...
It's a little difficult to pronounce.
On to the city!
We marched into the city, which, of course, appeared quite deserted. Plan X. I showed them a few of the sights, the canals, the Og factory, and the hall of the Grand Council. I was walking alongside of Connie, Miss Morrison, who was most unlike the women of Mars. I caught myself showing off, riding the aerial transmission belt with one hand. Finally, I took them all to the art museum.
Oh, Commander, this place, this civilization, it's fantastic.
Look at the sculpture, Dr. Fielding, the line, the detail. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
It's nothing, really.
Zeno, you don't mean that you...
Well, no. You see, I work at an atomic escalator factory. I'm in stair treads.
Everybody, over here. Look at this.
Oh, what is it? Why, isn't that what...
Zeno, is this what I think it is?
I'll have to read the nameplate. Oh, yes, a flying saucer. From 1952, your calendar. 100 years old.
1952, the year of the flying saucers. Then they did come from Mars.
Oh, yes.
But none of them ever landed on Earth. Why?
It just didn't seem worthwhile. Nothing personal, of course.
I just can't get over this planet. It's so different from anything we imagined.
Now, here's something you might be interested in. Right over here.
What? Looks like a weapon of some kind.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you see, it's a paralyzer ray. 300 years old.
But why do you have it in a museum?
You don't mean that weapons like this are 300 years obsolete?
Well, you might say that, yes. You see, no adult Martian has carried a weapon for hundreds of years.
Well, why not?
Why should we?
But to defend yourself.
Well, we just have no aggressive impulses, that's all.
Well, if someone struck you, wouldn't you strike back?
I couldn't. But it doesn't matter. No one could strike me.
No Martian, that is.
Yes. We've never had any trouble.
Zeno, you're in the diplomatic service?
The escalator game.
Yet you were delegated to meet us.
Yes, by the Grand Council. You see, we stopped having diplomats handle our important missions years ago. Again, nothing personal, of course.
I see. But you are empowered to deal with us.
Deal with you? I certainly am.
Good. Now, it seems logical to me that we should work out a mutual defense pact. Not right now, of course.
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno!
Who's that?
It looks like children.
We have to see him, Mr. Zeno.
Just some little friends of mine.
Oh, they're darling.
What's the problem, Ormy?
We're building something, and we're all out of uranium. We need some right away, and...
Zeno, does he mean real uranium?
Oh, of course, Dr. Fielding. Oh, it won't hurt them a bit.
We have to have it right away, Mr. Zeno. We just have to have it.
The city was deserted. Where did these children come from?
Oh, you know how it is with kids when they get to playing.
You'll get the uranium for us, won't you, Mr. Zeno? Will you?
Fascinating. What are they playing, Zeno?
Yes. What's the game?
I don't think you've heard of it, Commander. It's called Plan X. For the next week, I showed the Earth expedition around the city, signed a few treaties, and had several long conversations with Miss Morrison. Well, not too long, but I felt we were building a solid friendship. It was too bad it was coming to an end.
You're not going out again this evening, Zeno?
Mother, so I've been out 2 evenings in a row. Doesn't have to be fatal, you know.
This is the time of year you always get that chest cold.
Oh, chest cold, chest cold. Anyway, Mother, I have to go over to the rocket.
Don't they plan to go back to Earth tomorrow?
They plan to, yes. Miss Morrison promised to take a little farewell walk with me this evening.
Don't let her keep you out in the moonlight too long, Zeno.
Mother, why, that's the most ridiculous thing.
You just don't know how attractive you are.
Now, Mother, Miss Morrison and I are merely friends. And to think of anything beyond that is just...
Mr. Zeno! Mr. Zeno! We're almost finished the game, Mr. Zeno.
Good. All finished, Army?
Just about. It's tomorrow morning at 8:45, isn't it?
8:45. Anything else you need, Army? I mean, any more uranium?
No, I just wanted to make sure it was 8:45. Well, see you in the morning, Mr. Zeno. Goodbye, Mrs. Zeno.
See you in the morning, Army.
Such a cute little fellow, Zeno. And smart.
Is he? Mother, you have no idea.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Plan X, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, do you like to make speeches?
Sure, Hap, especially about the Autolite Stay Full battery. Friends, Romans, motorists, lend me your ears while I praise the greatest of the great, the incomparable Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. The battery that gives longer life is proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And where can one get this glorious battery?
From your nearest Autolite battery dealer who services all makes of batteries. To quickly locate him, just phone Western Union and ask for operator 25.
And I'll tell you where you can get an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Plan X, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The Earth expedition was camped beside their rocket, getting ready for takeoff the next day. Connie, Miss Morrison, waved when she saw me coming. I waved back, and then she smiled at me, and I smiled back. It was a beautiful evening. We walked out over the plain, Connie and I, and then we sat down quite close. Connie lit a cigarette, and I opened up a package of Gurkhag.
Zeno.
Yes, Connie. Miss Morrison.
Connie. How is it you're not married, Zeno? Don't Martians believe in it?
Oh, definitely. But there's Mother and...
And what?
Connie, you don't find me a little bit strange?
You mean because you're a Martian?
Not exactly. You see, even to Martian girls, I'm a little bit strange.
I find you very attractive, Zeno.
Really?
You're from a superior race?
Well...
The commander may not see it, but Dr. Fielding does, and I do. Your civilization, your culture, and you.
Actually, I'm...
What are the other Martians like? You know, I seem to feel there are people all around watching, waiting, and yet we've seen only you.
And the children, of course.
Yes, and the children. They've been playing around the rocket all day.
Yes.
Zeno, what'll happen to this planet, this beautiful planet, when the next Earth rocket comes? And the next one?
Connie.
I'd almost like to stay here. Or I wish we'd never come. None of us.
Connie, there's something
What, Zeno? What is it?
It's just that it's getting cold. Maybe we better go back. I walked with Connie back to the rocket, and then I went home. There was a message on the autophonopad. The Grand Council wanted to see me at once. You sent for me, gentlemen?
13756 called Zeno. You are nearing the completion of Plan X.
I hope my work has been satisfactory.
You were selected for certain qualifications, Zeno. Set habit patterns, attention to detail, no strong emotional drives.
I remember, yes.
You have assumed a responsibility based on those qualifications.
I suppose you might put it that way.
Are you still prepared to discharge that responsibility?
Well, I think you might as well know that it's been my criticism in the past, as well as that of a lot of other taxpayers, that the Grand Council interferes entirely too much in the private lives of, well, what I mean to say...
Are you prepared to discharge your responsibility?
But about Connie, I mean Miss Morrison, isn't there some way...
You know that there is not.
Well, I suppose not, no.
Plan X will then be completed.
I assure the Grand Council, at 8:45 tomorrow morning, Plan X will be completed. I didn't sleep well that night, and Mother was worried when I hadn't any appetite in the morning. She thought it was the start of one of my chest colds. Purposely, I didn't go out to the rocket until almost 8:40. They were blasting the motors, getting ready to take off.
Zeno, I thought you weren't coming.
I overslept, Connie. That is, I didn't really oversleep, but...
The children have been here for an hour.
We're just about finished playing, Mr. Zeno.
Oh, good, Army. Did you win the game? Plan X?
I think so. We'll know in a minute, Mr. Zeno.
They're so intense. Are the children on Mars always that way, Zeno?
Well, not always, no.
Ah, come to see us off, did you, Zeno? Good boy. We counted on you.
Well, thank you.
Come over here, Fielding.
Yes, Commander.
Connie, Fielding, Zeno here has been so helpful to us that I've come to a decision.
That's very nice of you, but I'm pretty well stocked up on beads right now.
A different kind of a present. Zeno, I've decided to invite you to come with us to Earth.
To Earth?
How about it, Zeno? We're taking off in 16 minutes at 9 o'clock. How about it?
Well, it's not that I don't appreciate your thinking of me, but Mother would worry and...
You see, we need you, Zeno.
That's not true.
Well, I'm afraid it is. You see, I think Zeno is a much more important man than a worker in an elevator factory.
Escalator. I'm in stair train.
And if we have Zeno along the next time we come back to Mars, we'd be much less likely to run into, well, an ambush.
I'm afraid he's right, Connie.
He's not right.
How about it, Zeno?
Thanks, but no.
Commander, those kids, they've got some sort of a ray gun set up.
Fielding. Is it real, Fielding?
Why, it looks like it, Commander.
Get Zeno over in front of us, quick. Now they can't shoot without hitting him. Get your gun out, Parker.
You mean the kids, Commander?
If we have to, yes. Tell them not to fire on us, Zeno.
I'm sorry, Connie. Really sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Zeno. Do what you have to do.
Shall we shoot, Mr. Zeno?
Have your gun ready, Parker.
It wouldn't do any good, Commander. All right, Army. Plan X.
Did you fire, Parker?
Me, sir? Fire a gun? Why, I couldn't. I couldn't do a thing like that.
No, of course you couldn't. I don't know what made me ask.
The rocket, its motors have stopped. Its motors have stopped, Commander.
Well, we aren't going anywhere, are we?
Someone said something about going back to Earth.
Back to Earth?
Oh, no. Of course not. Of course not.
Everybody all right?
What happened, Commander? What happened?
Nothing, really. It's just that Ormy and his little friends built a maturity ray. It takes people who are, shall we say, less advanced and increases their IQ by several thousand years.
That's amazing.
Child's play.
Zeno, do you mean to say...
Commander, Dr. Fielding, Parker, Connie, permit me to congratulate you as fellow Martians.
Utterly amazing.
Connie.
Look, here come the Martians.
Our fellow Martians, thousands of them. They're coming to welcome us.
Connie.
Oh, look at them. Oh, they look so handsome, so intelligent, so...
Connie.
Yeah, excuse me, Zeno. I'll be back, Commander. I have to go to them. I'll be back.
Well, she did like me for a while. Before Plan X. But she did like me. Even just for a while. That's something, isn't it?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny. Next week, the dramatic report of a man's desperate race for freedom. A true story with names and places changed in order to protect the lives of the principals. The story is called The Man Who Cried Wolf. Our star, Mr. Jeff Chandler. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Plan X was written for Suspense by Richard Powell. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Norma Varden, John McIntyre, Truda Marson, Howard McNear, William Conrad, Jack Crucian, Joseph Kearns, and Stuffy Singer.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
And remember next week, Mr. Jeff Chandler in The Man Who Cried Wolf. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a successful bank robbery, including the astounding history of the unhappy man who perpetrated the crime. It's called The Face is Familiar. Our star, in his first dramatic appearance of the season, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the world-famous Autolite family. Tonight we announce the $100,000 Autolite family charity drawing. During the next 11 weeks, all of you 18 years of age or over can take part in this greatest of all charitable events. And here's how. Just visit the showroom of any Autolite family car dealer and sign your name and address on the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. That's all. Nothing else to do. No need to buy a thing. And yet, you may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will receive a total of $100,000 in cash on the 1st of June. Think of it, thousands of dollars in cash to be given to your favorite recognized charity or charities if you are one of the favorite persons. So go tonight, go tomorrow to Autolite family car dealers and sign your name and address to the registration form he gives you. Later on, I'll tell you the names of the Autolite family car dealers who are participating in this great Autolite family charity event.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Face is Familiar, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
I still can't understand why they picked me, of all people. Me, of all people. That's why it's so hard to believe. That it all happened, I mean. But it did. It really did. Just because I like to go to the railroad station. Walk around, look at the trains, study faces. I never forget a face. I never forget a train, either. But it's easier to forget a face. But a matter of fact, I remember some faces that would be a lot better for me to forget. Like Harry Edmonds' face, for instance. That's the day it all started. The day I saw Harry Edmond way across on the other side of the terminal. That's the station. He was talking to a big fellow. Harry's face I remembered right away. I never saw the big fellow before.
Better get going, Harry.
But you can't pull off the job.
I stuck up a bank before.
Yeah, sure, and they'd spot you the minute you walked in.
I know you, too. This is your hometown.
Oh, sure. Neither one of us is right.
Let the boss decide. Come on.
I thought about it on the train down. We need somebody new.
We're not splitting this take with anybody else. It goes three ways now.
Look, if we have to, we have to. And if we wait too long, we got to let the whole thing go until next month.
And we wait.
Not for me. This town is too hot for me. Somebody is liable to recognize me.
Yo-ho, Harry! Harry Edmond!
Who's that?
Where?
Over there, some guy calling you.
Harry Edmond, you old son of a gun.
Rush this guy.
Well. Good old Harry Edmond.
You got me mixed up with somebody else, mister.
No, I haven't. I know who you are.
Yeah?
Harry Edmond. You used to live on 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
What city?
This city. Here. Don't you remember me, Harry?
Can't say as I do, so long.
Harry! Oh, Harry Edmond! Harry! Say, Harry, no kidding. You remember me, don't you? Seriously, Harry. You remember Pinky Smith? He had a wart on his finger. And Alan Davenport. He had a birthmark on his neck. Well, I'm Tom Jones. I have nothing. I'm clean.
Brush him, get rid of him.
No, wait. I think we got our answer. I think we got the agent paid to handle some of our bank business.
Harry, try to remember. Go ahead now. Try to remember.
Yeah, 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I used to live around there somewhere, but I still can't...
Let me give you a hint.
Go ahead.
Remember Gordon's candy store on the corner? And remember the great bunch of guys who used to hang out there?
Yeah.
And remember those pesky kids who used to tag along? Nagging, saying, let us in. Can we come too? Always pesting. Always trying to horn in. Well, one of them was me, Tom Jones. Remember me now, Harry?
What'd you say your name was again?
Jones. Tom Jones.
The name sounds very familiar.
We grew up together.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing these days?
Oh, a little bit of everything. And you?
Banking.
Oh, money, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice field. Well, I gotta go look at the people. It was good talking over old times with you, Harry.
Hey, come on.
No, wait a minute. Look, you mind waiting a minute? What's your name again?
Tom Jones. Remember?
Oh, yeah, Tom. Yeah, well, wait a minute.
Well, I'm kind of busy. Lots of appointments this afternoon.
Oh, I'd like talking over old times with you, Tom. Maybe we could have a drink and dinner.
Well...
On me.
Oh, well, yeah.
Good, except that Joe has an appointment here. Joe, couldn't you break it? Wait here a second.
Tom Jones.
Tom, yeah. Joe, come here. Let me talk to you a second.
What?
Now I know I got the answer. I know I found the pigeon who's going to do it for us.
Let the boss figure that out.
I tell you, I got it figured. Look at that guy.
Yeah?
He is it.
Him? He don't look like nothing.
Right, he's nothing. Isn't that what we want? Nobody that anybody ever saw before. Nobody that anybody would ever think of looking at twice.
Job's ready.
And if we don't pull it this afternoon, we lose another whole month, so come on. Oh, Joe can make it. He is going to join us. Joe, I forgot to introduce you. Have you met...
It's Jones, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones, yeah. Well, Tom, meet Joe, and don't get sore. Just a kid I grew up with, Joe. We're going to have a great time talking over old times, 2nd Avenue. That's right, and your name is Tom Jones.
Yeah. I must admit that it is a difficult name to remember because it's so common. Don't you think so?
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
Well, it'll certainly be nice talking over old times.
Oh, yeah, I haven't talked over old times in a long time.
Well, Harry Edmonds.
Yes, sir, and good old,
Tom,
yeah. Better get started.
Where to?
I want you to meet another old friend of mine.
Harry must have been doing very well. Very well. I mean, for a man in the money game. He had a brand new sedan with real leather upholstery. I know it was real leather because that used to be my game. Leather upholstery. Not much money in it, at least not for me. But I didn't let Harry know that. No, sir. What if he ran into another old friend from 2nd Avenue and the other old friend said, "How's old Tom Jones doing?" And Harry said, "Not very well. Not very well at all." Well, that can hurt a man once it gets around.
And then what happened?
Well, when I came back to the main office, I said I want 40% commission from now on.
Really?
But, of course, that would have made me a partner, the boss said. After all, Harry, I'm not the kind of a guy who can be cooped up in an office. I've been a road man. The lure of the open road.
Oh, yeah.
The call of the open streets. See, I'm an outdoor type of salesman. Something of the pioneer kind, Pioneer?
Yeah, pioneer.
You see, there are those salesmen who are made for offices and those of us who get out and break the plains, so to speak.
Tom, you surprise me.
Oh, I could keep going for hours, Harry. Literally hours.
Yeah, well, why don't you hold on to some of it till we have dinner?
Oh, sure. Say, I'll bet you never expected that pesky little kid who always used to hang around to get so big in his field.
Oh, I certainly did. We could sure use somebody like you in our outfit, Tom.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now, that's very flattering, but I'm not sure it's right for me. I
bet I could get you, I don't know, maybe $10,000 a year to start with.
$10,000 a year, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I'd sure like to think about it.
Well, you talk to my boss. Maybe he can convince you.
I'm willing to listen, Harry. I'm willing to listen, all right. The business Harry was in was mighty successful, if the home of his boss was any indication. A beautiful big yellow house with a lovely green front door, and you could tell it was the home of a man who had worked his way up and knew what to do with what he had. Inside it was very homey. 2 fireplaces in the living room that looked like they were burning. A beautiful plaid carpet that must have been a real Oriental, and they wanted me in the business. Me, Tom Jones. Of all people.
Brandy, Mr. Jones?
No, thanks. Thanks. Spoil my dinner.
Cigar?
Well...
All clear Havana?
Oh, I can see that. I can always tell a good cigar just by looking at it. I know cigars, and faces, trays.
You're a very well-informed man, Mr. Jones.
Well, you're kind of unusual yourself.
Why?
You remember my name.
Don't most people?
Most people don't even recognize me. People I've known for years.
Is that so?
Now, don't get me wrong. It's an asset in my business. The people who tell me no when I try to sell them something say, come back next year. But I come back next week, and they don't even remember I was in the first time. Believe me, a face like mine doesn't come along every day.
I like you, Tom. Mind if I call you Tom?
Certainly not, Mr.
Just call me Boss. Everybody calls me that, especially people I like, and I like you.
I like you, too, Boss.
Then you're interested in coming into the organization?
Oh, I might give it a whirl. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't want it any other way. A trial for both of us.
And the pay Harry mentioned?
Oh, I told him a starting salary, boy.
Now, let's talk about that at dinner. Come on, we'd better get started.
Isn't 2:45 in the afternoon a little early for dinner?
We have a few errands to do. Excuse us just a minute?
Oh, of course, sure.
You like the idea?
Perfect. Nobody'll ever remember him. I couldn't even describe to you what he looks like. Where's the satchel?
Right here, boys.
I thought you put the note inside.
Well, we wanted you to okay it first. Here, read it.
You are being covered by a gun from 2 different places in this bank. Do not send an alarm or you will be killed. Put $50,000 in the satchel. That's it, on a note.
How will you get them to take it in?
I always come up with the answer, don't I?
Yeah, sure, boys.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, we talked it over, and the boss likes you a lot.
For the last time, it's Jones. Tom Jones.
Yeah, well, I was only kidding, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
We better get started.
Where to first?
To the bank, Tom.
That's very kind, but completely unnecessary. I don't need my salary in advance.
I told you this is a high-class outfit.
To the bank. Gee.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in The Face is Familiar, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Tonight, the worldwide Autolite family is privileged to salute a distinguished member, the DeSoto division of Chrysler Corporation. So, I've stopped in at my local DeSoto Plymouth dealers to learn all about the wonderful DeSoto's 454.
Well, you're right about the new DeSoto automatics, Mr. Wilcox. They are wonderful, and for many reasons.
For instance, there's the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, the world's most efficient engine design.
Well, explain why, Mr. Dealer.
The secret's in the hemispherical design of the combustion chamber. That's where your fuel is exploded to give you power. This design squeezes every last drop of power out of your fuel. Lets you use regular gasoline for real economy. This, plus DeSoto's fully automatic power flight transmission, power steering, power brakes, and Autolite electrical equipment are just a few of the many reasons why the 1954 DeSoto automatics put you ahead automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long connection with DeSoto and DeSoto Plymouth dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of The Face is Familiar, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Gee, isn't it funny how you wait a long time for your ship to come in? There I was, watching a train, and my ship came in. Just because I recognized Harry's face. Boy, you gotta keep on your toes in this world. Because when opportunity knocks at your door, you gotta be all set to open it. Well, anyway, I'd opened the door, and before I knew it, we were downtown. Gee, the bank already? I hardly noticed we were moving.
Do you mind waiting a few minutes?
Well, not at all.
I like you, Tom.
Well, let me tell you, I like you, too.
I'm certainly glad Harry met you after all these years.
And I'm glad, too. I like Harry.
And I like you, too, Tom.
Tom, yeah. You know, I feel like I've known all of you. Just all of you since 2nd Avenue. Boss, I even feel like I grew up with you.
Well, that's very nice of you, Tom. Who's going to get the payroll?
Is that why we stopped at the bank? You pick up your own payroll?
Sure, why not?
For how much?
$50,000.
$50,000. And you pick it up yourself?
It's my money, and I worked hard for it. It's my way. And if you don't like my way of doing things, Tom...
No, not at all. I've always felt, personally, I've always felt that people should pick up their own money. Always. Especially if it's $50,000 or more. Besides, armored cars haven't been doing too well in the past few years.
I like the way you think.
Well, maybe we should all pick up the payroll.
Wouldn't that make us a little too conspicuous?
Yes.
And besides, I want to discuss you a little more. I think you'll work out.
Fine. Say, maybe Harry can pick up the money while we talk.
I wanted to discuss you with Harry.
Oh. Well, how about Joe?
Joe picked it up last time. I don't like the same man going in twice in a row.
See, not Harry, not Joe, or you. Me?
I hate to ask you. You're not really part of my organization yet, and I don't like to see a man work unless he gets paid for it.
Well, I'd be happy to. Just delighted. Besides, I'm going to have to get used to large sums of money, and I guess there's no time to start like the present.
Just take this satchel up to the window and give it to the teller. The withdrawal slip is inside. The teller will know exactly what to do.
Fine. Oh, sure, of course.
Now, boss, we're getting to the end.
Did you call me?
No. Right ahead.
My, it's certainly crowded. So many people waiting in line.
Yeah.
People certainly must be doing well these days.
Yeah.
I'm very busy myself, you know.
So?
I have some friends waiting for me outside.
Good.
Now, I was just wondering, if you weren't in a hurry, would you mind...
No.
Oh. These lines certainly move slowly, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, he certainly took long enough at that window.
Yeah.
I hate people who dawdle over money. Don't you?
I guess.
Your transaction isn't going to take very long, is it?
Nope.
Good. That big bag you're carrying had me worried.
Yeah?
What sort of business are you in?
Penny vending machines.
Pennies? All those are pennies?
Something wrong with pennies?
Oh, no. No, of course not. Excuse me. I think I'll try that other line. My, it's certainly crowded.
I beg your pardon?
No, I say it's crowded. For such a big bank. Wouldn't you think they'd have more tellers?
I certainly do.
I mean, one, say, to handle pennies and so forth, you know. Well, there's one gone. I like the way that teller works.
I suppose.
Will your transaction take long?
Oh, no.
Good. I'm in a terrible hurry. Some friends are waiting for me on the outside.
Next, please. Yes, madam.
Well, in 1950, my husband opened an account in his name, a savings account. Mm-hmm. Then he transferred it to a checking account. Then we split up that money and opened a joint savings account and joint checking account. But we found out we didn't really close the other savings account. Of course, we thought we did, so some of our checking deposits have been...
Look, don't you think you should see the manager instead of taking this teller's time?
I'll handle this, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Madam, would you please take this up with the manager?
But if you don't mind, may I get to the window?
Well.
Yes?
The withdrawal slip is in the bag.
Oh, a withdrawal. Next window, please.
Now, just a minute. You in there, teller. Open up.
Yes, sir?
See, I've been moving from line to line, and I insist you handle this.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't violate the rules for anyone.
But this is a very important matter, you know. This isn't just some piddling sum.
How much are you withdrawing, sir?
I believe it's $50,000.
Oh, you're quite right. That is a lot of money. Now, will you please remove this bag and go to the next window?
Well, all right. At least the lines are getting shorter.
Yes, they are.
Wouldn't you think a bank this size could afford a few extra tellers?
How do you mean?
Like, say, one kind of teller to handle only pennies and another kind to handle matters of $50,000 or more.
I beg your pardon?
I suppose that sounds a little strange, but you'd be surprised how it would speed things up.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it needs it. Yeah, I came in feeling fine, just fine. Now I'm nervous from waiting.
I'll be through in a minute.
Well, it's terribly important. You see, some people are waiting for me outside.
Next, please.
Here you are.
20, 30, 40. Thank you. Next, please.
Yes. Oh, wait, just a minute.
Something wrong?
I'll be back in a minute. My friends are calling me. Did you fellas call me?
No. Go back.
But someone honked the horn. I saw somebody else wave.
Go back.
A mistake. Just turn around and go back. We'll be here.
Oh, sure, of course. All right, sir, here's the bag.
Your deposit slip, sir.
Withdrawal. The slip is on the inside. From time to time.
Is this a joke, mister?
Listen, you. I've had enough. Now, you can read, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Then don't dawdle. Do what it says. That's fine. That's much better.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Go get it. Well, here's the money.
Give me that.
Hey, Harry! Where are you going? Stop! What are you doing? Harry!
I got him. All right, Jenkins, take some rope down there and tie their hands.
I set off the alarm as fast as I could, officer.
Oh, come on, let's get down there. You can show me which one of those guys held you up.
All right, officer. I'm sure I'll remember it.
This is terrible. Step back, buddy. But it was me.
It was you what?
It was me, officer. Look, I took the bag in, and I didn't know.
Are you kidding?
Tell her, look at me.
I am. You must be nuts.
No, I'm not nuts. It's me. Don't you recognize my face? Look at it.
Nothing like it.
What did the fellow look like?
Well, he had a lean face. Or slightly fat. No, lean.
Oh.
And brown eyes. No. Oh, gosh, I don't know.
It was me. Look, blue eyes, see? Me. And I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Now beat it, Bud. Now think hard.
I am, but it was the most nondescript face I've ever seen.
Well, that's pretty nasty if you ask me.
Now tell me what you remember.
I can.
I was standing there. I just counted out $40.
Look, and I walked up to the window.
Oh, it wasn't you. This fellow was about 6 feet tall. Or 5 and a half.
5 feet 8. I'm 5 feet 8.
And he had a real menacing look.
No, I was smiling. See, look, I'm smiling. Look. Now do you remember?
Now, look here. Get out of here before I run you in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I remember now. He was 6 feet tall. He had red hair. And he was carrying a gun. He had a handkerchief over the lower part of his face. And he carried a cane.
Well, that's what happened. That was an eyewitness account of a bank robbery from the man who did it. Here I walked into the bank, robbed them of $50,000, and didn't even know I was doing it. Imagine. And nobody recognized me. They didn't know my face. You know, I bet I could walk into another bank and do the same thing. Nah, I better not.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Be sure you take part in the great Autolite Family charity drawing now at your Autolite Family car dealers. No need to buy a thing. Just sign your name to the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. You may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will share a total of this $100,000 cash distribution on June 1st. Here are the car dealers in your territory who have the Autolite Family charity drawing registration forms. DeSoto, Hudson, Dodge, Nash, Packard, Plymouth, Kaiser, Studebaker, Willis, and Chrysler. Visit them tomorrow. Fill out a registration form. Do your part to help favorite charities in your community. Share in this $100,000 cash distribution.
Next week, a story based on fact. The dramatization of one man's deadly way of earning his living. All he needed was the morning newspaper, a telephone, and a gun. It's called Want Ad. Our star, Mr. Robert Cummings. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. The music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Face is Familiar was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Sheldon Leonard was heard as Harry and Clayton Post as Joe. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Gene Wood, Hy Averback, and Stan Farrar.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, V. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Look Up.
Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun stops chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive Shave Cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive Shave Cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive Shave Cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Every year, countless young men leave small towns to seek their fortune in the cities. But when our young hero, Dennis Day, graduated from high school some years ago, he swore he was going to make his mark right in Weaverville. He has made his mark, too. It's a well-worn groove in the cashier's counter at the unemployment office. And so we find today that our hero has at last made a decision born of desperation. An old friend has sent a wire offering him a job in Seattle, Washington, and Dennis has just shocked his pal, Mr. Anderson, considerably by announcing,
I'm going to take it, Mr. Anderson. I've got to.
Oh, my 10 adorable little pink toes. We're going to miss you, my boy.
And I'm going to miss all of you, too, and this house and my little room upstairs.
My. Seattle, Washington. Gets mighty cold up there.
It does? Gee, then maybe I won't miss my little room.
Well, you're sure that your friend Harry Tompkin really has this job waiting for you in his fruit orchard, huh?
Oh, sure. He was my best friend in high school. We started as freshmen together. Gee, when he graduated, I was the loneliest boy in the whole sophomore class.
But is there any future for you in the apple business?
Sure. Maybe even a partnership someday. His wire says he needs me right away. The job is much too big for him alone.
Well, it sounds like you're all set then. Say, what about Mildred, though? Have you told her yet?
No, I just haven't had the heart.
Yeah, she's going to feel pretty badly, all right. What about the plan you and she always had to be the mother and father of 5 children someday?
Well, with us never seeing each other again after tonight, we may have to discard it.
Oh.
Not the kind of thing where I can tell her to go ahead without me.
But with you out of her life, she might marry another man. Don't you realize that?
Yeah. Gee, I certainly hope the father of my children turns out to be a nice fella.
Yes, we all do. Well, I don't know how you'll ever manage to break a thing like this to her.
Oh, I guess the best way is to hint kind of subtly that I don't feel quite the same toward her anymore. Then she won't feel so bad about losing me.
Well, you've got to be pretty careful not to hurt her feelings.
Oh, I won't. I'll be as delicate as possible. It's the only way, believe me.
Yes, maybe it is the best. Well, I'll feed her sane, son.
Thanks, I'll need it. See you later.
Oh, hi, Dennis. What's new?
You make me sick to my stomach.
What?
You heard me, babe. We're through. I'll thank you to return my Captain Marvel magic ring.
Dennis, what's come over you?
I'm telling you, we're finished, girl. You used to have it, but I guess I've used it up.
Dennis, Day, are you crazy?
Crazy? Why? What have you got anyway? A lovely face, a wonderful figure, gorgeous eyes, beautiful legs. What does it all add up to?
Dennis, if you...
Quiet, I'm adding.
Now, suppose you just stop this nonsense.
Why, babe,
Babe, nothing. I always know when you're putting on an act. What's it for?
Well, to tell the truth, I just didn't want you to care about me anymore, Mildred. You see, I'm leaving town.
Leaving town?
Yeah, I got a wire from Harry Thompson up in Washington offering me a job on his fruit ranch. What have I got in Weaverville? No job, a freezing room upstairs.
Dennis, don't you see it's only a matter of a little nerve? You could have a job, and you should have demanded a heater for your room long ago.
Demanded? From your mother?
Well, certainly. A cold room's dangerous. You're not a very warm-blooded person, you know.
Yeah, but I figured I'd better keep what blood I got.
Dennis, if you're ever going to get anywhere in this world, you've just got to.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Young man, I've been looking for you. What happened to the curtains in your room? They look like they've been slept in.
They should. They have.
What?
Oh, gosh, Mrs. Anderson, you know it gets pretty cold up there.
Cold in your room? Ridiculous.
Then why do you keep 2 pounds of butter and 6 veal chops under my bed?
Dennis, don't I put a box of matches next to your bed every night? If you get cold, just strike a couple of them.
Oh, I thought they were there to read by. If you just give me a heater, Mrs. Anderson, I'm sure
Don't bother me. I have enough troubles of my own. I can't operate a rooming house without a permit from the Commissioner of Health, and mine expires today.
Oh.
If I can't locate the new commissioner, they'll close this place tonight. Here I am, half out of my mind, and all you can think of is your own problems.
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson. I guess maybe I'm an egomaniac.
You certainly are. If you're cold, light your matches. And don't get them too close to my butter, understand? That's all.
There. See how I get treated around here, Mildred? I'm going up to Washington to pick apples for Harry Thompson,
Dennis,
and then I
wait.
can...
Did you hear what Mother said about a new commissioner of health?
Huh?
The new city administration goes in today. The mayor we elected last November.
So?
Well, don't you see? There are dozens of good political jobs being passed out. All you have to do is grab one.
Oh, Mildred, I went to see the mayor for a job last year, and he said I was I forget what he said.
But this is a new mayor, Dennis.
Yeah, but everything I know about politics you could put on the head of a pin and then... Ooh.
What's the matter?
I just remember what the old mayor said I was.
Dennis, you're going down to see that mayor. You can get a job. Act like a real politician. Talk big. Tell him you have influential friends.
But, Mildred, that wouldn't be telling the truth.
Well, yes, maybe you're right.
Still, on the other hand, is there any better way to act like a politician?
You wanted to see me, young man?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. I heard about the big gravy train you're on, so I thought I'd climb aboard and slop around in it with you.
I take it the disgusting picture you've just conjured up is a plea for employment.
Yep, I can do you a lot of good, Mayor, especially around election time.
Oh, I see. You're a ward healer.
Oh, sure, I've cured dozens of them.
Oh, this is my first day in office. What happened?
I was just saying that if I've healed one ward, I've healed a dozen.
Yes, I know. Oh, well, it takes all kinds of people to make a world. It's too bad you're not one of them.
You wouldn't talk to me that way if my old pal, the president, was here.
The president? You don't mean Harry Truman.
There's been a recount?
Not to my knowledge. But are you trying to tell me that you're his personal friend?
Oh, sure. I was with him right after election, helping him out with little details. You know, like canceling the moving van and stuff like that there.
Really? And what was your official capacity?
Oh, about 2 quarts a day.
I'm having fun. Are you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. But what I meant was, just what was your job in the administration?
Why, I was a big shot in the post office department.
It's funny, I never heard of you.
Oh, well, this was way back in the old days.
You mean you were under Big Jim Farley?
That's it, under Farley.
Odd, I knew all that crowd, and I don't remember seeing you.
Well, it's pretty dark under a big man like that.
Yes, and awfully squashy, I should imagine.
Well, about the job, Mr.
Would
Mayor,
you really like one?
Boy, I'll say.
Well, it just happens that I have an opening for a junior assistant custodian of sanitary cottage.
Wow, sounds great.
It means garbage collector.
Loses a lot in translation, doesn't it?
Yes, but you're just the man for it.
Do you actually think I'd take a job like that?
I do.
Well, since he's so positive about it, okay. Give me the address of the place. I got some paper here in my pocket, and I'll write it down.
Okay. Oh, here, this telegram just fell out of you. Holy smoke. It says, need you in Washington immediately. Job much too big for me to handle without you. Signed, Harry.
Oh, yeah, you see, Harry...
Then you do know Harry.
Oh, sure. We went to the same school. He was
Mr. Day, can you ever forgive me? I had no idea. Well, surely you didn't take me seriously when I made you a garbage collector.
I didn't?
Oh, no! Starting right now, you're our new city manager and the head of our local machine. Would you like my office and my secretary? Shall I put a limousine at your disposal? Is there anything you want to know?
Yeah. What corner of the desk did you just hit your head on?
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing In the Marketplace of Old Monterey.
I came to spend a little time one day in the marketplace of old Monterey. Met a senorita there, bought a rose for her to wear in the marketplace of old Monterey. We lingered there until the moon was high, till the smoke rings from my ship kissed the sky. Then we held each other close while we whispered adios in the marketplace of old Monterey. I keep hearing blue waves singing when the sea is calm and still. I keep hearing church bells ringing as I pray someday they will. I know I'll hurry back to her once more when it's springtime on that far distant shore. And somehow I feel she knows that my heart went with a rose in the marketplace of old Monterey.
Well, because the new mayor of Weaverville mistook a telegram our hero received from Harry Tonkin in Seattle for a wire from the president, Weaverville has a new city manager, and his name is Dennis Day. He's got a luxurious office, a desk to put his feet on, and the mayor positively groveling at his feet.
Well, I don't like to rush you, Mr. Day, but have you written to Harry yet about little old me?
Oh, no, but I'll get right to it, Mr. Mayor.
Fine. Don't forget to use my exact words now.
Okay, but I don't know how he's ever going to find you a nice big juicy plum in an apple orchard.
Oh, you're a sly one, Mr. Day. Oh, wait, here's my secretary, Miss Jenkins. I'm sure she'll take very good care of your correspondence, Mr. Day. I'll see you later.
Well, how do you do, Miss Jenkins?
Hello, Mr. Day. Well, I brought my book.
Good. Go ahead and read, and I'll let you know if I want anything.
Don't you want me to take some letters?
Oh, letters. Yes. Sit down, Miss Jenkins.
Yes, sir. Where should I sit?
Where you usually do, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Hey, get up! I just had these pants pressed.
Oh, my goodness, this is something new in politics.
Well, that's the type of fellow I am. Clear-eyed and clean-limbed. Now, there's a couple of matters I want to get straightened out in this town. First, take a letter to the fire chief.
Yes, sir.
Dear Chief, I read in the paper that your department answered 5 alarms last week, and when you got there were no fires. Do you want us to be the laughing stock of the entire state? After this, see that your men carry matches. Yours truly, Day, city manager. You got that?
As I read it back, I don't think I could have.
Okay, take one now for the police chief. Dear Chief, I have a complaint about your motorcycle policemen. They have been neglecting the foxtails on their motorcycles. These foxtails should be starched so they stand out straight. Yours truly, etc., etc. Why, what's the matter, Miss Jenkins? Why are you looking at me that way?
I'm scared.
But, Dennis, I just can't believe it. You're actually the city manager?
That's right, Mr. Anderson. The head of the whole machine.
It's incredible. A person like you holding a high public office in the United States.
Yeah.
Oh, there'll be good news on the front page of Pravda tonight.
Thanks. Say, Mr. Anderson, is there some little job you'd like in the city government? How about beach commissioner or chicken inspector?
No, Dennis. My wife would, Say. Oh, my tender Aunt Sally's lovely little blue camisole. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Who does Poopsie need right now for her boarding house license? Who must she bow down to and worship? The Commissioner of Health. Oh, brother, if I were...
Say no more, Herbie, and give me the phone. You're in.
Oh, you wonderful boy. Oh, bless politics.
Hello? City Hall? Give me the mayor. This is Dennis Day. Day. D-A-Y. No, Y. It's the 25th letter of the alphabet. Well, certainly the alphabet has that many letters. Yeah, okay. That was our new Commissioner of Education.
Oh.
Hello, Mayor. No, I haven't heard from Harry yet, but I got a swell Commissioner of Health for you. Herbert Anderson. What does he know about health? Well, he's always been imperfect. Swell, Mayor. Thanks. Well, Mr. Anderson, you're all set. Commissioner of Health.
Oh, I can't believe it. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, it's a cinch. You just go around to the nightclubs and see if they're filled with fresh smoke every 10 minutes. Stuff like that.
Oh, boy. And when Poopsie hears who she'll have to talk to get her license.
Herbert? Why haven't the beds been made and the upstairs swept?
I was just waiting till after lunch, ecstasy girl. Will it be ready soon?
Lunch. I'm nearly out of my mind trying to locate the Commissioner of Health, and you're worried about your lunch. Of all the self-centered, narrow-minded, petty, selfish, stupid men in the world.
I'd use softer words, Mrs. Anderson. You may be eating them soon.
You keep quiet, too. Give me that phone. I'm going to call the mayor himself. He should know who the new commissioner is, and he'd better, because I'm... Hello? Mayor's office?
This is the loveliest moment of my life.
I want the name of the man who's your new Commissioner of Public Health. Who? Who? You're sure? I see. Thank you.
Well, dear, did you get your information?
Yes, Poopsie.
Interesting news, wouldn't you say?
Herbert, about my license.
Well, I don't know, dear. I just don't know.
Herbert, please. I'll be good. I'll rip the stitches out of your pocket so you can carry money again. When we take a walk, I'll let you walk on the outside. I'll let you lead when we dance. Please, Herbert.
Oh, well, I'll think about it.
Oh, you will. What am I humiliating myself this way for anyway? I'll show you. I'll go over your head. I'll go right to the city manager himself.
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, if
Be quiet. What if my husband did wangle a job as health commissioner? I'll show him he can... Hello? Give me the city manager. All right, what's his name? I'll call him at home. How's that again? Oh, no. No.
Yep, small world, huh?
Dennis, darling.
See me at my office tomorrow morning, Poopsie gal. I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
It was nice of you to see me so promptly, Dennis. May I go sit down now?
Yeah, I guess you better. You've been getting lipstick all over my shoes.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get the information for your license form. Your name?
Clara Anderson.
You belong to any particular sex?
I'm a female.
You got any documents to prove it?
I have a driver's license, sir.
Oh, never mind. I've seen you drive. You're a woman.
Thank you, sir.
Your age, please?
37.
Ha!
39.
Ha!
All right, 40.
Well, that brings us up to 1925.
Oh, Dennis, please don't treat me this way. I know I've been mean to you and unkind, but I'll be good from now on, I promise.
And now you're talking. Do I get a heater for my bedroom?
Yes, of course.
A mattress for my bed?
Yes.
A bed for my mattress?
Yes, Dennis.
Good. And I want a window put in back of the curtains, you see?
Yes, sir. Anything that you...
Mr. Day, he's here, right outside.
Huh? Why, who's here?
Your secretary just told me there's a man waiting to see you. He says his name is Harry. Could he be the Harry, Mr. Day?
Oh, he must be. He's the only Harry I know.
Oh, good heavens, now look a mess. Quick, a comb and brush it. Oh, my goodness, here he comes. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. Welcome.
Hello, anybody?
Why, you're not the President of the United States.
So what? Neither are you, honey boy.
President, why, this is Harry.
Yeah, but he's just a plain citizen.
So what do you want? I should have flowers in my hair?
But I thought... Day said the telegram...
Oh, sure, that came from Harry. He wanted me to come up to Seattle, Washington and pick apples.
Seattle, Washington? I thought you meant the other one.
There's another Seattle, Harry?
No, but there's another Washington, you fool. I thought that wire was from the President.
Oh, my gosh, so that's why you gave me the city manager's job.
Yes, only you don't have it anymore. You're fired, understand? Finished. Through.
You mean he no longer can grant my license?
Certainly not. Dennis Day, do you know what I'm going to do to you?
You can't scare me. Wait till you see what Mrs. Anderson does to me.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Here now is Dennis with the music of Charles Dant in the orchestra to sing Rendezvous with a Rose.
I've got a rendezvous with a rose. I've got a rendezvous with a rose. She's a rose from life's garden, and while stars shine so bright, we'll stroll on together with a moon for a light, and then I'll hold her close to my heart and whisper, dear, that we'll never part. So I can hardly wait till the old clock strikes 8, when I've got a rendezvous with a rose. I'll whisper, dear, that we'll never part. So I can hardly wait till the old clock strikes 8, when I've got a rendezvous with a Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The inimitable Dr. Johnson once observed that there must be a time in which every man trifles, and the only choice that nature offers us is to trifle in company or alone. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, has made his choice. He prefers to share his trifling, as well as all other things, with his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage. Now, Josiah Todd Hunter, Dr. Hall's maternal grandfather, was no trifle in his time, and neither is the moving of his portrait.
Wait a minute, Toddy. Grandpa's shoulder's sagging. Hitch up his left side a little, see?
Yeah, I know. This wire's in the way. It's got
Hey,
a
don't
knot. Give me the hammer.
try and talk. You swallow the nail. Yeah, here's the hammer. Go ahead. I'll hold the ladder. Now, watch out, darling. Grandpa's on the floor again.
Yeah, just like Grandfather, always resisting change. He was a reactionary of the most virulent type. Although antedating the automobile, he saw life almost exclusively through a rear-view mirror.
I wondered why he looked so grim.
Would you smile if you'd been dropped on your ear?
Yeah, but he's always looking that way, Toddy.
Because he was always falling on his ear. Ever since that time near the Chickahominy in 1862, in our war between the states. And now, if you'll hand me my grandfather, Vicky, I'll try to hang him again.
There he is.
There. That's solid. Well, Vicky, what do you think of him there?
I'm not sure. Darling, tell me, what did Chicka have to do with hominy?
Well, my grandfather, regarding us so malignantly from the wall, was in the fighting along the Chickahominy River during the Civil War.
Well, which war was Gramps in, the Civil War or the war between the states?
Vicky, a trifle more regard for the history of your country by marriage would reveal the fact that they are or were one and the same war.
Oh. Well, then why didn't you call
it
the same thing?
It is considered in certain circles, just why, I do not know, that the phrase war between the states is a more courteous term. If so, I am willing to use it, even though it is a euphemism. And I dislike most euphemisms.
But this is a very educational few minutes, Doctor. Are you an expert on euphemia?
I don't know. I've never been there.
Where?
Euphemia.
I never heard of it. I don't know how you get so confused the way you do it.
I thought we were talking about euphemism.
But we were. Are you an expert?
No, Vicky, no, not again. Anyway, a euphemism is a ladylike term applied to a man-sized fact.
It's a sort of literary antimacassar.
Oh, very good. Excellent. Well, very good. Although Grandfather doesn't seem to like it.
He doesn't seem to like anything, the old sourpuss.
I'm not sure I like it myself. You know, this side of the room has suddenly become top-heavy.
It's not the picture, darling. I think it's the sofa. It belongs under the window.
Well, then under the window it goes. Just think, Vicky. Grandfather, who resisted all change, has now become responsible for it. That's the trouble with most of us. We resign ourselves to the familiar, go through every discomfort to keep things as they are, when a little enterprise and imagination could give us a new perspective, widen the horizon of our living.
All because of your grandfather. Well, it took a bit of doing, but we found some good in him, didn't we? Well, now let's get going. Now, you push, and I'll steer.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Now, that's a bit more. No, wait, no, Toddy, wait. The carpet's all bunched up.
Oh, well, that's easily fixed. Now, when I lift the sofa, you smooth out the rug under this end. You ready?
Ready.
All right, up you go. There. You got it? Is it smooth?
Well, the rug's all right, but you're a bit hard to smooth. You're standing on it.
Oh. Is this better?
Well, it is squinch a little.
All right, I'm squinched.
That's better.
That better?
Now, you hold it steady.
I will.
Oh, my.
What's the matter?
What a pity. Look at that hole. Just look at it. It's a burn, I guess.
Victoria.
I've been trying so hard to make that rug last. You'd never suspect that behind a sofa.
Victoria.
Right in the place it wasn't even worthwhile for me to give up my pipe.
Victoria.
What is it, Toddy?
All my life I've tried to hold up my own end, but there comes a time to let go.
No hole in the carpet anymore. It's in the floor now.
I think the sofa will stay where it is, Victoria.
Well, I don't know, Toddy. There's still something wrong in it.
Well, while you decide what it is, I'd better answer the door.
Yeah, it must be the cleaner, darling. He promised to bring back my pink coat and skirt this morning.
Yes, well, don't try and move anything else while I'm gone.
Let me see. Now, I'm going to wind chair over here, and then the coffee table has to go there. Even if I put that chair there, there's no plug for the lamp. So, no, that's... Oh, just hang them up in the hall closet, Toddy, will you please?
Both of us? Oh. That sounds like an uncomfortable way to spend the morning.
Mr. Merriweather, good morning. And Mr. Wellman.
Mrs. Hall.
You'll never guess what I thought you were, Mr. Wellman.
What?
A pink skirt.
Clarence, you've been called some pretty colorful things in your time. Blue nose, a red menace, a green-eyed monster, and a black pirate, but a pink skirt.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mrs. Hall.
Sit down, gentlemen.
Well, hate to barge in on you like this on Saturday morning, folks, for two reasons. I don't like to be a nuisance, and I'd rather be playing golf. But, Doctor, I wanted to talk to you before the board meeting this afternoon. It's about the beautification program.
I thought the board had already approved the plan.
Well, one thing we left out. Nobody's ever settled the question of Emerson Hall. Now, I feel...
Just a minute, Merriweather.
What?
I said just a minute.
Why?
Because I want to say something.
Heaven forbid.
As you know, I have stood back of the beautification program. I have stood behind it from the beginning. Foursquare.
Foursquare? You?
Yes, me.
You are one square who has stood up against everything.
This is no time for jokes, Merriweather.
Who's joking?
There are some forces who want to carry this program to the extreme. When they propose to destroy Emerson Hall with its weathered boards and ancient walls, they threaten to destroy the hallowed heritage of Ivy itself.
Who wrote that speech for you, Clarence?
History wrote it. History, Merriweather. Generations of Ivy graduates who have passed through the portals of this venerable building. The years they have...
Oh, shut up, Clarence. Save it for the board. Anytime you start shedding tears, it's a sure thing somebody's water rates go up. If there was ever such a thing as a sincere crocodile, you're it.
This is a very serious situation. It is ridiculous that I should constantly be interrupted. I do not propose to permit this type of...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
Do I understand that you are actually fighting for the existence of Emerson Hall on the basis of such an abstract value as its tradition?
What's the matter with tradition, Dr. Hall? Just what may I ask?
Oh, nothing. I'm in favor of it.
Well, everybody knows how I feel. I'm all for tradition, per se, but not to the extent of breaking my neck in it. I think we need a brand new building.
Needless waste of money. But that's beside the point. Quite beside the point. We have embarked on beautifying the campus, and you suggest that we destroy one of its greatest beauties. Not to mention the needless waste of money. Sheer waste. That's what it is.
Have you taken a good look at Emerson lately, Clarence? Or couldn't you see it through your tears of reverence for our classical tradition?
Yes, I've seen it, Merriweather, and I expect to keep on looking at it for a great many years to come.
Well, gentlemen... I realize we all have to come to a decision. The one thing we agreed on with regard to our beautification program was that it must be comprehensive. It doesn't do to change things piecemeal. I learnt that this morning by changing a picture from one wall to another. Let's fight it to a finish this afternoon.
That's good with me. Now, come on, Clarence. Let's go.
Very well. Good day, Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall.
Goodbye, Doctor. And, Mrs. Hall, next time I promise to call only for purely personal reasons. You'll find me on the steps, damp violets in my hand, and a look of shy adoration on my merry weather-beaten face.
You don't need any reason, Mr. Merriweather. We always enjoy seeing you with or without violence.
Hey, goodbye.
Goodbye, gentlemen. See you at 2 o'clock.
Toddy, I've been thinking about this room now that we've moved the sofa.
I know, we really started something, didn't we? But to quote myself, it doesn't do to change things piecemeal.
Now, that must be the key. Now, I'll go.
How do you do? I am from the phone company.
Oh, yes. Well, come in. It's the man from the phone company, Toddy.
Oh? Is he here to put one in or take one out?
I understood you wanted a longer extension cord, Dr. Hall.
Well, he doesn't really want one, but he's getting awfully tired of lying on his stomach in his study trying to reach the telephone.
Yes. I can just barely touch it with the tips of my fingers. Aggravating.
Yeah, I imagine it is. I wouldn't advise a longer extension, though.
You wouldn't?
No, ma'am. Personally, I'm against long extension cords. They look awful. You trip on them. They strangle babies and dogs. You never can find the phone.
You can say that again.
Personally, I'm against long extension cords. They look awful. Park. Just call me Central. Yeah.
Mr. Park, what would you suggest in place of the cord?
Well, move the phone box. It's much simpler and less expensive, and you don't run any risks that way. Let me take a look at that cord.
Yes, here it is. You just start at the phone and follow it along, and when you get to the wall, stop.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, how does it look?
Well, let's see here now. The dial's too fast. That's an easy fix. But I don't like the looks of that old cord.
Well, yeah, I know. I've tried everything, but it just keeps on snarling.
Well, I'm not worried about the snarls. Oh. Have you got a minute? Yeah. Have you got a minute? Yeah, I'd like to show you something. You too, Dr. Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Now, take a look right here. You see that insulation? Where the wire goes into the box.
Uh-huh.
A couple of more jerks on that, and crash, bam, boom, fuse.
Yes. How is that again?
Well, you're just real fortunate I got here in time, Mrs. Hall. Fuse, short circuit, clang, 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 fire.
We have been living dangerously, haven't we? I suppose that wouldn't happen if we had a new and longer extension cord.
Well, it'll happen with any kind of cord.
Oh.
And the longer it is, the more there is to trip over. I've never been in favor of long extension cords.
Yes. You said that, Central. I mean, Mr. Park, but I need a phone in my study. Why not install it in the simplest possible way?
Well, just give the man the order, Doctor, and shish boom ba. The job's done. Where's the study?
Do, re, mi, in there.
Now, let's see. I don't know if this will work or not.
Oh, fine. Nothing like a specialist.
I guess maybe I'll have to install another outlet. So, do you have to have that desk there, Dr. Hall?
Well, I'm used to it there. I don't want to ruin your life, but I'd like to keep it.
Okay. But it ain't good.
Isn't.
That's sure right. It sure ain't. You got some pliers?
Well, we have a pair in the kitchen. They need a little dental work on the teeth, though.
Look, did you just come out with suggestions, young man, or did you bring a toolkit as well?
I got some here I guess I can use. Now, I won't bother you folks anymore. I'll be through here in a jiffy. 1, 2, 3.
Well, we'll be in the living room if you need us, Mr. Park. 4, 5, 6. He seems to be serious enough about his business. I hope he knows what he's doing.
Well, he sounds as if he does.
Sounds. That's the most accurate description, Vicky. I've never heard stranger sounds than
Wow.
he uses to...
Whammo! Whammo!
You see what I mean?
I see what you mean.
That outburst probably means that he has discovered that my study is bounded by 4 walls. Which reminds me of Mr. Wellman, and I cannot think why.
But I can. He said it. Weathered boards, ancient walls, hallowed heritage. He's dreadfully miscast in that role. Doesn't sound at all right coming from him.
One man's cliche can be another man's conviction. I'm rather sensitive about Emerson Hall myself, Vicky. It's practically the first thing I remember about Ivy. Dr. Palmer, he was president then, looking down on all us huddled and overawed freshmen gathered together in Emerson to hear his greetings that first staggering week of college.
Did you stagger as a Frenchman, darling?
And, I just wobbled as a freshman. I staggered as a sophomore. I fell flat on my face as a junior and crawled gloriously through my senior year.
Well, at least I hope you're standing up straight at graduation.
Yes, with the staunch support of the proscenium arch of Emerson Hall. So you see, darling, life as an undergraduate began and ended for me in Emerson. Naturally, any judgment I might have about its survival or destruction will be highly colored by grateful memories.
Dr. Hall, excuse me, but have you got a minute?
Uh-oh.
Something I want to show you.
Something else?
Well, it's not trouble, is it, Mr. Park?
Well, it's never trouble with a telephone company, Mrs. Hall.
That's nice to know.
It's news, too.
Just look at here. Look at that. Ain't she a beaut?
She? I don't know, Mr. Park. Where is she?
Right there. Look at that box. Look at those screws.
Oh, rusty, aren't they? Well, of course, they've been there a long time.
What's that spot on the wall?
That's her, Doc. Ain't she a beaut? That's where the box was.
Oh, put it back. The spot looks awful.
No, that's too dangerous. I'm sure happy for you that I came out today.
Now, look, now, let's all be happy with you, Mr. Park. What is that spot on the wall?
Feel the wall, Mrs. Hall. Feel it. You got seepage.
I have?
Seepage? Well, I'll have the plumber in at once.
Wait a minute, Dr. Hall.
No, don't tell us there's any more.
Well, actually, I can't be sure.
You can't be sure of what, for heaven's sake?
Well, after all, I'm a telephone man. I don't have all this information at my fingertips. I'm just observant, that's all.
Mr. Park.
Yes, sir?
Would you mind telling us what you're talking about?
I'd be pleased to. The truth is, Dr. Hall, you got a big fat case of dry rot.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Naturally, it takes skill and prime ingredients to brew a really first-rate beer. But there's something else. It takes patience as well. There's no shortcut to the kind of flavor you get in Schlitz beer. And that flavor is due in part to the slow, painstaking process of mellowing. Now, every brewer has his own way of doing this, and the Schlitz way calls for triple mellowing. Yes, for the taste you remember with pleasure, Schlitz beer is mellowed 3 times.
Mellowed by aging the barley till it's just right for malting. Mellowed by aging the malt till it's just right for brewing. Mellowed by aging the beer till it's just right for you.
This time-taking process gives Schlitz a taste no other beer can match. In fact, that taste has brought so much pure pleasure to so many people, it has made Schlitz the largest selling beer in America.
That surround us here today.
As we return to Ivy, Dr. and Mrs. Hall are waiting for the young man from the telephone company who's been exploring the nether regions of their house.
He's been down in the basement an awfully long time, Toddy. Could something have happened to him?
I was just wondering if something could have happened to us. Why should we accept him as an authority of dry rot? He's from the telephone company. That is, Vicky, how do we know he's from the telephone company?
Well, if you're really dubious, I'll call the phone company and check on him.
With the box dismantled? Dismantled. Remarkable young man. I'll get it. Oh, no, he's not. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Thank you. Goodbye.
Who was it?
Wrong number.
Excuse me, I heard the phone ring. Was it for me?
Yes.
No, I don't think it was. It was a wrong number.
Oh. Say, Dr. Hall, have you got a minute?
Oh, no.
It's later than you think, Mr. Park.
What is it now?
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. At least it's nothing to get worried about. Guess what I found down in the basement?
You didn't come across my old fishing rod, did you?
No. Guess again.
I know. My scrapbooks, they've been lost for years.
No. Want to try again?
No, Mr. Park, I don't. I obviously do not get the refrigerator nor the vacuum cleaner, and I am certainly not going to try for 6 packages of your product, whatever it is.
Okay. Come on down and I'll show you. Now, there's one thing you can be happy about.
At this point, Mr. Park, when you say that, I feel myself getting pale and starting to shake like a leaf.
You've got a well-built house here. Good, solid beams, fine bracing, and plenty of studs. All in the right places.
Yes, except when I try to hang a picture.
It looks wonderful down here. It reminds me of an old English house. Everything secure and substantial.
Yes, I should think it's a pretty good foundation.
Sure. That's why it makes me boil when I see things like this plumbing of yours. It's a disgrace. 3/4-inch pipe.
Well, that's why we had that trouble with the kitchen sink.
Well, you're going to have more trouble, Mrs. Hall.
Mr. Park.
Yes, sir?
Did you ever hear of a man called Frankenstein?
Who?
Can't say as I have. Does Dracula ring a bell in your subconscious?
No, sir. I've only had freshman courses.
You could pass a master's degree in bloodletting. Now, what is the matter with our kitchen sink?
Oh. Well, it may go along all right for a while, but one day you're going to wake up, you'll be eating breakfast in a rowboat.
Well, you sound even happier about that than you did about the dry rot.
Well, it isn't so bad. You certainly weren't planning to live in this house very long, were you, Dr. Hall?
I was thinking of it, yes. But, of course, eating breakfast in a rowboat could change my thinking.
Well, if you're going to stay here, I'd have the wiring checked over. You're sure lucky I came out.
Mr. Park, would it be out of line if I asked you what you brought us down here to see?
Certainly not. What I found out here today. Oh, brother, what I've saved you. I got here just in time. Gee, you're lucky.
The lucky holes. Here we go again.
I was hoping I wouldn't find any, but with these old houses, you almost always do.
Oh, it isn't. Is it?
Yes, Mrs. Hall. Your dry rot has turned out to be termites.
Gentlemen, we still have the most important item on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
I haven't mentioned what it is yet, Mr. Merriweather.
We all know what it is, Clarence. It's Emerson Hall. I want to say that I personally have nothing against Emerson.
Except that you want to tear it down.
As it stands now, it's a hazard to life and limb. I'm only concerned with the safety of the student.
I am concerned with the tradition of Ivy.
You're concerned with the money, Clarence, and you know it.
Merriweather, sit down. And furthermore...
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Hall.
I agree with you, Mr. Wellman, that Emerson Hall represents a cherished tradition. And I agree with you, Mr. Merriweather, that it constitutes a danger to its occupants. By an unhappy coincidence, I found out today that another building on the campus of Ivy, also of traditional value, is in a perilous condition, too. I would like to make a motion that we consider what is to be done with this edifice along with Emerson Hall.
What building are you talking about, Dr. Hall?
The house I live in.
Why? Oh, I paid an exorbitant price only a year ago for painting and redecorating that house.
Yes, and Emerson Hall has been painted any number of times in recent years. But only the outside, Mr. Wellman. The danger lies deep inside. I understand, for instance, that Emerson's got termites.
You're dead right, Doctor. You can hear him buzzing all the way out to my house.
Well, my house has termites, too. Now, isn't it a fact that Emerson's plumbing needs repair?
It certainly does.
So does mine. But Emerson Hall, just like the house that is assigned to me as president, has a good foundation and a sturdy frame. With age, they've both developed a few aches and pains, but they can be fixed. There are generations of hopes and dreams, of study and achievement that have been absorbed in them. There are things associated with Emerson Hall and the president's house that cannot be rebuilt. The question is, are they worth saving? Gentlemen, I think they are.
Tony, is that you? I'm here, in the living room.
Hello, darling. Why, Vicky, look at this room. What happened?
Oh, it all got so complicated. I put everything back where it was in the first place. All except Grandfather. He looks the same anywhere.
Did Park ever get around to fixing the phone?
He fixed it.
How?
12 more feet of extension cord. It's all over the house. We can skip with it any time you have a free moment and a feeling of abandon.
You should, as the saying goes, live so long.
The cleaner. I was afraid he wouldn't get here today after all. I'll get it, Toddy.
All right. Now, where did he put the phone? It's not, no. Here you are.
William, Mr. Park would like to see you.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall, but have you got a minute?
Mr. Park, I may be leading with my chin. I may be inviting certain disaster. I know I'm asking for it, but yes, I have a minute.
Well, reason I came back is I was really trying to make an impression on you.
You did, Mr. Park.
You see, once I had big ideas about being a construction engineer. I started college, but then there was a war and I never got back again. I've always wanted to.
But did you expect that I might help you get a fresh start?
That was the idea. I've learned as much as I can with my present job, and I know I need a foundation as much as a house does. I thought maybe you'd use your influence.
Everybody talks about starting from the bottom of the ladder, but I've never heard of anybody before trying to get into college through the basement.
Well, it at least deserves encouragement. Besides, Ivy is indebted to you indirectly. It's worth a try. Call me Monday morning, and I'll put you in touch with Professor Cummings, head of our engineering school. No. On second thoughts, I might as well call him now. Excuse me.
I'd be willing to take any kind of examination or...
You passed a pretty stiff one right here in this house today.
That's funny. That's really funny.
No, don't tell me, William. It couldn't be. No.
Absolutely no sound at all. Nothing but deep, inscrutable silence. Mr. Park, have you got a minute? You're right. You need fresh interest. You've spent enough time with the telephone company. The phone is out of order.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our studio audience tonight is the Joseph Schlitz American Legion Post Rifle Team, which yesterday won first place in the national competition. Our sponsor congratulates the team and salutes all the Legionnaires on the occasion of their national convention here in Los Angeles. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at the same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herbert Butterfield, Gail Gordon, and Robert Easton. Tonight's script was written by Milton and Barbara Merlin and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
He's lovable. He's the Great Gildersleeve, next on NBC.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Indian summer night in Mel Blanc's little town. The spirit of romance is in the air, and the courting Casanovas are buying favors with which to greet their girlfriends. In the florist shop, Sam Brown is saying,
"Here's $5. Give me the best orchid in the place."
And in the sweet shop, Henry Jones is saying,
"Here's $10. Give me the biggest box of candy you got."
And in another shop, Mel Blanc is saying,
"I want some flowers and candy for my girl Betty. Here's my money."
Okay. Hey, Joe, give this guy 2 daisies and a jelly bean.
So Mel had it wrapped as a gift and presented it to Betty. Right now we find Mel sitting with Betty in her front parlor, enjoying their favorite pastime, looking at the family album.
Oh, look, Mel, here's a picture of my cousin Dottie when she was 2 years old.
Oh, what a cute little bathing suit.
Yeah. And here's a picture of her taken 17 years later.
Still wearing the same bathing suit.
Isn't it awful how little girls wear these days?
Yeah. Terrible. Dottie sure is...
Mel, turn the page.
Okay.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, Betty, who's that stupid, anemic-looking character you're standing next to?
Darling, that's you.
What a handsome devil.
Oh, here's a picture of my great-grandmother in uniform. You know, she served in the Civil War on the southern side.
What do you know, a Confederate whack? Gosh, look at Dottie. I can't get over
Mel,
her.
stop going back to that page. Oh, here's a picture of Uncle George Colby and his wife waving goodbye from the ship before they left for France.
Well, who's that big woman waving back?
That is the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Well.
Mel, stop looking at Dottie's picture.
What's the matter, Betty? You're a little cross today.
Well, I don't know how to break this to you, Mel, but Father is moving the family away from here.
Oh, but Betty, what about your father's supermarket?
He's found a buyer from out of town.
But where will you live?
Well, if the deal goes through, Daddy and he will exchange houses.
Oh, Betty, we've got to get married right away.
Mel, you've been saying that for 5 years.
Well, I'll buy the supermarket myself.
But you have no money.
I'll go to the bank and get a loan.
But, Mel, you have no credit.
Then I'll get a GI loan.
Mel Blanc, I refuse to wait another 5 years.
But, Betty, I may never see you again. I won't let your father do it. I'll burn the supermarket.
Oh, look. There's some man coming up the steps. I've never seen him before.
Say, do you suppose it could be the man who's going to buy the supermarket?
Well, Dad and I've never seen him, but he's supposed to be here tomorrow. That's why Father went out for the evening.
Betty, I've got it. If it is the buyer, I'll pretend I'm your father and kill the deal.
Oh, but Mel...
Betty, I've heard your father yell so often, it's a cinch for me to do it. Besides, I'm a natural-born actor. See if I don't sound like your father.
Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
But, Father,
Mel. Come in.
How do you do? My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings. I'm here on a matter of business. Is Mr. Colby in?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby, and this is my daughter, Betty.
Your daughter? You look rather young to be the father of this girl.
Why, she's only 12 years old.
12? She's a rather mature girl for 12.
Oh, you think so? You should see her cousin Dottie.
Father, get away from that photograph album.
I know that I was due in tomorrow, Mr. Colby, but my astrologer told me the stars were more advantageous for our meeting tonight. Aquarius was crossing Pisces, and the best sign for supermarkets is Aquarius and Pisces.
Yes, I've seen the sign, A and P.
Oh, a fellow astrologer.
No, I'm much more concerned with the bumps on the head.
Do you use phrenology?
No, Band-Aids. Now, let's get down to business. Daughter, do you mind leaving the room? Mr. Billings and I have a deal to make.
Father, but be careful.
Oh, daughter, you can leave the album here.
By the way, I hope I didn't inconvenience you by arriving tonight instead of waiting until tomorrow. The stars, you know.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Billings. Too bad you didn't get here a little earlier.
Why?
Oh, you missed a beautiful fire at the supermarket.
Supermarket?
Yes, everybody in town was there, except Joe Moore, Phil Carr, and Mac Brown.
Was it necessary for them to be there?
Yeah. They're the firemen. Oh, but it didn't matter. The fire went on without them.
But that must have caused a great deal of damage at the market.
What market?
Oh, this is dreadful. I came here for nothing. Something must have gone wrong with my horoscope. I knew I should have had another meeting with my astrologer before I left.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm home. Oh, it's you, Mel. Haven't you left yet?
You got home early, didn't you?
Who is this man?
Oh, that's my son.
You've got the oldest children I've ever seen.
Children? Pardon me, sir. Who are you?
My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings.
Oh, I've been waiting for you. My name is Colby.
But this man's name is Colby. In fact, he just told me the supermarket burned down.
Oh, so long, everybody.
Where are you going?
To put out the fire.
Mel Blanc? Wait a minute, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby. This man is Mel Blanc. The market didn't burn. In fact, I'm selling because I don't want my daughter Betty to see this nincompoop again.
Well, I'm confused. There's only one thing for me to do.
What's that?
I must send for my astrologer and consult with him. Where is the telephone?
Oh, right there.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mel, as long as this is your last visit to my house, allow me to show you out personally.
Oh, you don't have to, Mr. Colby.
Oh, yes, I do.
He's so polite. Oh, what a mess. If Mr. Billings consults that astrologer and buys a supermarket, Mr. Colby will move out of town and I'll never see Betty again. Gosh, what'll I do? I wonder if her cousin Dottie has a phone.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You meet a girl and say, let's dance, but that breath of trouble says no romance. Do you think you could be guilty of this breath of trouble? I mean, unpleasing breath? It happens to thousands without their knowing. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate's tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Blue Sky.
Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies. Do I see? No, nothing but blue skies with bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long.
Never saw the sun shining so bright.
Never saw things that were going so right.
Noticing the days they're hurrying by.
When you're in love, my mind they fly high. Blue days, troubles, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smile at me. Bluebirds rip a song. Well, I never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things that were going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're really in love. My mind, they fly high. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies. Blue skies from now on.
Well, it looks like Mr. Colby is going to sell his supermarket and move out of town with Mel's girl, Betty. However, before completing the deal, Mr. Billings has sent for his favorite astrologer and has asked him to hold a meeting at the Colby house. Mel is desperately trying to figure out something to do to stop him. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
Gosh, Tommy, everything happens to me. Do I have to lose my girl? Do I have to do everything wrong? Do I have to be a failure?
You don't have to, Mel. You're just doing what comes naturally.
Gee, Tommy, I wonder why your father hates me so much.
Maybe it's because he tries so hard.
Oh, I just can't understand it. Is it because I have no money? Is it because I'm unsuccessful? Is it because I'm unreliable? Tommy, say something. Don't just stand there nodding.
Look, Mel, it looks like my papa's going to sell the supermarket to Mr. Billings. Now, I like this town and I don't want to leave, so I got an idea. I'm supposed to go down on the train and bring the crystal ball gazer to my house. Now,
Oh, wait a second, Tommy. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga. Oh, pardon my saying so, Mr. Cushing, but you're not looking very well.
Yeah, I know.
Something you ate?
No, someone I married. What an argument we had last night, Mel.
You had an argument with a little woman?
Mel, she may be little, but she's all mouth.
Yada. All day long she follows me around yapping at me.
You know, Mel, it's almost impossible to concentrate on my housework.
You do the housework? Why don't you put your foot down?
Mel, the only time I put my foot down is to start the vacuum cleaner.
Gosh, your wife sure is tough.
Tough? She's the toughest woman in the world. Mel, when we have an argument, my wife doesn't go home to her mother. She sends me. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. But I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. Just that I don't know who to talk to.
Well, if you think you have troubles, Mr. Cushing, listen to this. Mr. Colby's selling the supermarket, and my girlfriend Betty's moving out of town.
Well, is there no way to stop them?
Well, it all depends on a certain astrologer who's arriving tonight to hold a meeting with a buyer.
Well, Mel, suppose someone sidetracks the astrologer. You take over as the astrologer's assistant, and as such, you advise this buyer not to buy.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it so fast?
My boy, after living with my wife for 25 years, I've developed a criminal mind.
I gotta go now. Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I've got two alternatives. They're showing a Boris Karloff picture at the Bijou, or I can go home and look at my wife. So long, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. Ugga. Oh, Tommy.
Yes, Mel.
Hey, do you want to stay in town?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's how you can do it. Get a hold of my assistant, Zuki, and tell him to meet the astrologer at the train.
Oh, I get him, Mel. But who's going to look into the crystal ball in my house?
Who do you think?
What a disgrace. Whitmore the Mystic 2 hours late. Zuki, can't you get this car started?
Well, don't worry. I'll fix it. Now, you see, you take this wrench here and you tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. Come on, Yogi, let's push.
Hello? Oh, Zuki. Oh, Whitmore the Mystic is with you? Well, where's Mel? He'll be here any minute. As the Maharaja? Okay, good. So long. Oh, Father, the Maharaja should be here any minute.
Oh, good, good. Although, Mr. Billings, now that the deal is all set, I can't understand why you want to depend on some fake Maharaja to tell you what to do.
Mr. Colby, my man is no fake. He is a Harvard graduate. His name is Whitmore, and his approach is purely scientific.
Oh, well, that's the way you want it.
Oh, that must be him now. Come in. Hello.
Oh, Yanko, Maharaja, he say, what's up, Doc?
Who are you? I didn't think anyone like you would come.
You were expecting maybe Maharaja Nosbaum.
Where is Whitmore the Mystic?
Oh, Mystic couldn't come. He called Crystal Ball Union. They send me.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, good for you. You properly suspicious. Maharaja just make jokes. Actually, Maharaja assistant to Whitmore the Mystic.
Well, that's different. Maharaja, this is Mr. Colby.
Greetings. Maharaja can tell Mr. Colby is a seventh son of a seventh son of a seventh son.
Why, nothing of the kind. I'm the fifth son of a second son of an only son.
Well, anyway, you're a son of a son. Now, gentlemen, please darken room. Be seated. I look in crystal ball.
Maharaja, I've called you here to determine whether or not I should buy the Colby supermarket.
Oh, supermarket, tough question to answer. You asked me about bowling parlor. That more up my alley.
Maharaja.
Oh, spirit of other world. Maharaja calls upon you. I see Uncle George Colby and wife. I see grandmother who served in Civil War. And I see,
Who do you see?
Cousin Ducky.
This is preposterous. My family dates back hundreds of years. What about the Colby who served with George Washington?
Me try. Colby, spirit of revolution, come to me. I hear him. Listen, Granny Struga Streptoids Muscle.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, wrong revolution.
Oh.
I see him He is crossing the Delaware with George Washington. Washington is standing in the boat, and Colby is saying something.
Yes, what's he say?
Down in front!
Just a second, Maharaja. You've done nothing but insult my family. Why, Joshua Colby was in the Fife and Drum Corps in 1776.
Quiet. The spirits are coming closer. Closer, I can hear it now.
You can hear it?
Yes, the spirit of 76. Listen.
Mr. Billings! Mr. Billings, is this supposed to be a scientific exhibition of crystal gazing?
Mr. Colby, this is preposterous. This assistant has wasted our time completely. The deal for the supermarket will have to wait for a more favorable time. Goodbye.
Oh!
Don't worry, Mr. Colby. Spirit really say don't sell supermarket. Spirit say young man coming into your daughter's life make fortune.
Huh?
His name is Mel Blanc. Oh, very good looking.
What? That ugly nincompoop?
Careful who you're calling out.
Oh, I mean Maharaja.
It's you! Boy, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Mel, darling, how do you feel?
Oh, fine. I stopped you from moving away, and I established a new record.
A new record?
Yeah, that's twice I've been thrown out of your house in one day.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Could it be that a breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has spiked your romance? It's happened to thousands without their knowing. Be on your guard. Night and morning and before every date, brush your teeth with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the future of you and yours for a moment. Do you want to save for a college education for your children, a home of your own business, a nest egg for your old age? Thousands of wage earners are protecting their futures by buying United Savings Bonds through the Payroll Savings Plan. Remember, your United Savings Bonds are the safest investment in the world. The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Benoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The
more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to the Texaco Star Theater. For the next hour, the Texaco Star Theater presents two complete units of top radio entertainment. Our variety show, originating in Hollywood, stars Ken Murray, Francis Langford, and Kenny Baker, with Irene of Tim and Irene. Music is by David Brookman and his orchestra. The guest of honor, Edgar Rice Burroughs, author of the world-famous Tarzan of the Apes. Following the variety half hour, you will hear from New York a radio adaptation of Claire Kummer's comedy triumph, Her Master's Voice, starring Edward Everett Horton and Lucille Watson. We start our full hour of variety and drama in the Texaco Star Theater with David Brookman and his orchestra playing Good Morning. And the spotlight focuses on...
Wallington.
Oh, hello, Irene. What can I do for you?
Is Edgar Rice Burroughs really going to be on the program tonight?
That's right.
Oh, can't you just see him wrapped up in a tiger skin rug, riding piggyback on a crocodile, eating peanuts right out of an elephant's hand and swinging through the trees by his tail?
Who are you talking about, Ken Murray?
Yeah, I don't think that's very funny. Kenny, you're getting to be a falsetto Ned Sparks. If you must know what they're talking about, it was Tarzan. You certainly know Tarzan.
Why, did he say he knew me?
Kenny, look. Just picture a tall, dark, muscular man swinging between trees. Now, what does that make you think of?
Joe Louis in a hammock.
Don't mind Kenny, folks. He's been buying so many sport outfits lately, he's slack happy.
Gee, Ken, you'd make a wonderful Tarzan.
I would. Oh, now listen, Irene, what is this Tarzan stuff anyway?
Well, the girls in your Kingston fan club are starting a campaign to make you the next Tarzan.
Oh, Irene.
Yes. Our slogan is, back to the bushes for Murray. The girls all think that you'd make a wonderful Tarzan.
Me, Tarzan? Oh, that's silly, Irene. Well, still, all the girls can't be wrong.
Certainly they can't, Ken. I think you'd be a marvelous Tarzan.
Really, Francis?
Sure. In my hometown, everybody says you're a great actor. Why, they think you're another Mickey Rooney.
Yeah.
Sure, Ken. Everybody in my town raves about your acting, too.
Really, Kenny? Everybody?
All except my cousin. He made one remark about your acting, but I said you did not.
Well, what's acting got to do with playing Tarzan? I still think you'd be wonderful.
Well, I suppose you have seen worse-looking physiques than mine, haven't you? Haven't you?
Wait a minute. We're trying to think.
Now, Irene, not that I care a darn about playing Tarzan, but you must admit that I was an all-around athlete back home in Kingston.
Certainly. Remember the time you won the annual swimming race at Kingston High School?
Do I remember?
And they disqualified you for wearing an inner tube around your waist under the bathing suit.
And they were sorry later when they found out it wasn't an inner tube.
Yeah, you were just built that way.
Nevertheless, Irene, I was still the best swimmer in town.
Were you? If I remember right, the boys used to call you Sinky.
That's not true. What they called me was... Well, maybe it was Sinky.
Oh, but really, Ken, the girls would be so thrilled if you could get Mr. Burroughs to let you play Tarzan.
Why, kid, you're not scared to work in the jungle, are you?
Oh, scared? Not me. But think how my mother would worry about me. Exposed to all those jungle dangers, lions, tigers, panthers, Dorothy Lamour. I think my mother takes the wrong attitude. Wait,
that's right.
Look at it.
I don't think we need to. That night, it's Dorothy Lamour's mother should worry.
Certainly fix that up, Kenny. I know what's wrong with you, Kenny. You're just timid. You change your mind if you ever put your arm around a girl.
Oh, I do that.
You do?
Sure.
You put your arm around them, and then what do you do?
Then I guess their weight. Yahoo!
And I care not for fame or renown, like the black sheep of old, I'll come back to the fold, little town in the old county down. If I had the wings of a swallow, I would travel far over the sea. Then a rocky old road I would follow to a spot that is heaven to me. When the sun goes to rest way down in the west, then I'll build such a nest in the place I love best. Oh, that dear little town in the old county down. It will linger way down in my heart. Though it never was grand, 'tis my fairyland, just a wonderful world set apart. Oh, my island of dreams, you are with me, it seems, and I care not for fame or renown, like a black sheep of old, I'll come back to the fold, little town in the old county
Town in the old county down. And it really was swell. By the way, Kenny, have you heard the latest story about the three little bears?
Pardon me, Ken, that's my line.
Yours, Jimmy? Yeah, why, I thought your line was Texaco gasoline.
It is. Listen. Have you heard the latest story about the three little bears? You'll see them on the highway climbing the Texaco road sign as a friendly reminder to motorists that colder weather's on the way. So don't hibernate. Insulate. Let a Texaco dealer get your car ready for winter now. For easier, safer starting, have a Texaco dealer rid your crankcase of dirty, worn, weakened oil. A change to insulated Haviland or Texaco motor oil will renew the safe protection of your engine. For these new style oils are insulated against both heat and cold. For easier gear shifting, have him drain the heavy-grade summer lubricants from the transmission and rear end. Save wear and tear by refilling with winter-grade Texaco Gear lubricant. Finally, for easier riding, let him complete the winter protection of your car by giving it Texaco's 40-point lubrication service with Marfak. Marfak, spelled M-A-R-F-A-K, is Texaco's famous chassis lubricant that lasts twice as long as ordinary grease. So don't hibernate, insulate. See your Texaco dealer tomorrow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our guest star, a man...
Say, Mr. Murray, did you ask him yet? You know about Tarzan.
Oh, Irene, please. No, quiet. I have an introduction to make.
I know, but he's the man to ask about Tarzan.
This is not the time to be pushed out on a limb. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us tonight the man who conceived a character who holds front rank in the popular fiction of our time, the creator of Tarzan, Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Thank you, Ken.
Well, Mr. Burroughs, it isn't very often that we have the most popular writer in the world on our program.
Well, Ken, I'd hardly call myself that.
Oh, 25 million copies can't be wrong. But tell us, how did it all happen?
Well, Tarzan started off as a thing to keep two bookends apart. And the first thing you know, the darn thing got away from me.
But, Mr. Burroughs, we don't care how it started. Believe me, it must be a tough life you lead, scouting around the African jungle looking for material.
Confidentially, Ken, I've never been to Africa in my life.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you write about places you've never been to? How about those Mars books? You're not going to stand there and tell me that you have
No,
never...
Ken, I'm ashamed of it. I feel like an old stay-at-home.
Boy, it must be swell on Mars.
Kenny, nobody's ever been on Mars.
You mean to say that Buck Rogers stuff is fiction?
Kenny, this is our guest, Edgar Rice Burroughs, the father of Tarzan.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Burroughs. Are you handing out cigars?
Don't pay any attention to him, Mr. Burroughs. When he was born, nature declared a grain embargo.
Hey, Ken.
What?
Go on and ask him.
Irene, shh.
Well, go ahead and ask him.
All right.
What's the matter, Ken?
Oh, nothing. It's nothing at all. I was just talking to my people here. Go away. You know, Mr. Burroughs, of all the books you've written, I believe I like the Tarzan series the best.
Attaboy, Ken.
Yes. You know, I've followed Tarzan in all the comic strips, and I've seen all the movies, and that last one, Tarzan Finds the Sun, that was great.
Well, we thought it was pretty good, Ken. Of course, there's always room for improvement.
Yes, that's the way I feel about it, too. There's one thing, of course, I wouldn't like to suggest.
Well, that's all right, Ken. Tell me.
Oh, you probably think I'm silly or conceited.
Not at all, Ken. Go right ahead.
Well, how about this fellow Weissmuller? Are you completely satisfied with him? I thought maybe somebody else, someone with more,
Well, we're pretty happy with Johnny. Good Tarzans are hard to find.
Yeah. Yes, I guess they must be. Oh, by the way, Mr. Burroughs, I've just had some pictures taken in my bathing trunk.
You know, Ken, Tarzan is a powerful he-man.
Yeah, that is.
Not out of condition and soft like you and I.
Yeah. Yes, he is, isn't he?
That's why Weissmuller is good. His muscles and his physique haven't gone to pieces yet. Whereas you and I...
Yeah. Yes, I see what you mean.
Oh, Mr. Burroughs, don't you think that Ken Murray would make a wonderful Tarzan?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Mr. Burroughs. Imagine me playing Tarzan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, but Mr. Burroughs, Ken would be the perfect type. Why, he's even been mistaken for Tarzan. Remember at that party, Ken, when you asked that girl to dance and she said, "Get away, you big ape"?
Irene, for your information, it was Mrs. Martin Johnson. And she just said it from force of habit.
Oh.
Anyway, Mrs. Burroughs. Or Mr. Burroughs. Mr. Burroughs, I was very much interested in what you said about Africa. How could you write about strange places like that without ever having been to any of them?
Purely imagination, Ken. Before I wrote a word, I used to sit around and dream of weird people and weird places just for my own amusement.
Really? It's funny. I do the same thing. I've written dozens of stories in my mind, of course, and I'm always the hero, and I always marry the girl.
Well, my stories have happy endings. Anyway, Ken, why don't you try putting some of those things on paper?
Well, now that you bring it up, as a matter of fact, I have. I had an idea for a new story about Tarzan, and Jimmy Wallington and Francis Langford are crazy about it.
Francis Langford?
Somebody calling me?
Yeah, Francis, this is Edgar Rice Burroughs. I was telling him about that Tarzan idea I spoke to you about.
How do you do, Mr. Burroughs? I've always been a great admirer of your work.
And I've always enjoyed your singing very much, Miss Langford.
Yes, that's fine. Now, about that idea of mine...
Miss Langford, I wonder if you'd sing something for us.
I'd be delighted.
Look, you see, in this idea, I have...
What idea?
The idea about Tarzan, you know.
Oh, later, Ken. Go right ahead, Miss Langford.
Yeah, go right ahead, Miss Langford. I suppose I'll have to set my idea to music if I want to get any place around here.
Here comes the man with the mandolin. He'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. The music man is coming. A happy song he's humming. He plays in one key, carries no monkey. Throw him a coin and he'll soon begin. Bum, billy-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Billy-um-bum, billy-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella, playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel, wearing a big grin. You love the man with the mandolin. All the kids follow, all the kids holler to the window above. Mama throw a nickel and the man'll pick a little tune we love. Billy-um-bum-bum, billy-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Billy-um-bum-bum, billy-um-bum, there goes the man with a mandolin. All the kids holler to the window above. Mama throw a nickel and the man'll pick a little tune we love. Billy-um-bum-bum, billy-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Billy-um-bum-bum, billy-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin. The music man is coming, a happy song he's humming.
Thank you, Francis. That was lovely. Well, folks, we do a lot of kidding around on this show, but we have our serious moments, too. Sometimes the change of mood comes as quick as I could say, Jimmy Wallington.
Important users of gasoline and lubricants everywhere show a marked preference for Texaco performance and value. For example, in the bus transportation field, Greyhound, the country's largest interstate bus operation, must be sure of quality, power, and economy. Each year, for 7 years, they have purchased millions of gallons of Fire Chief gasoline. Greyhound rides with Texaco. TWA flies nearly 10 million miles every year. For 8 years, Texaco has met every requirement demanded in the operation of the nation's fastest transcontinental airline schedule. TWA flies with Texaco. The United States Navy is a most critical buyer. Strict governmental tests determine which lubricants are satisfactory for naval use. For 4 consecutive years, Texaco lubricants have proved they give high efficiency at lowest cost. The United States Navy sails with Texaco. Greyhound on land, TWA in the air, the Navy on the water, each and every one a Texaco user. This, we believe, is the most impressive roll call of any product. This, we believe, is why it will pay you next time to try a Texaco dealer.
Say, Mr. Burroughs.
Yes, Ken?
Now, about this play of mine, the Tarzan play.
Oh, yes, your play. Well, Ken, don't forget that plays, pictures, and books about Tarzan are not exactly a novelty to me.
But this is a different Tarzan play. This is Tarzan in his little nest in the treetop. Tarzan when the cameras aren't grinding.
I call it The Home Life of Mr. and Mrs. Tarzan, or Apes of Wrath. Go ahead, Jimmy. Set the scene.
Ken Murray presents Tarzan. Come with us again to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Tarzan in Uganda, Africa, where their only neighbors are the saucer-lipped Ubangis. When last we looked in on Tarzan, Jane, Tarzan's mate, had invited all her relatives to stay with them. Well, how will Tarzan take this? As our scene opens, Tarzan the mighty, Tarzan the great warrior, the fearless Tarzan speaks.
Oh, honey, do I have to wash the dishes again?
Yes. And put on your apron. Do you want to ruin your new sarong? Anyway, don't you talk to me. I'm mad at you.
But, honey, I explained about last night. I was sitting up with a sick ape.
Oh, monkey business, huh? Probably that bleached blonde Ubangi from the next tree. Fine thing leaving me here all alone.
But you weren't alone, darling. Your father and brother were here.
How do you know?
Well, the icebox is still here, and they haven't been 3 feet away from it in 7 years.
Now, you shut up. Are you going to do those dishes, or aren't you?
I can't. Your father's asleep in the sink.
Well, that's your fault for not giving him enough spending money.
Not enough spending money?
No.
I give him $10 every Monday and $10 every Friday. What does he want?
$30 every Thursday. Daddy dear. Wake up, Daddy dear. Poor Daddy dear. He never can sleep in a strange sink.
You can always count on Daddy for some smart conversation.
Now, you never mind that. Wash those dishes and be careful you don't wash Father.
Oh, Jane, I wish you wouldn't pick on me. I've had a hard day at the Aquacade.
A fine husband you are. You never buy me any decent clothes. That new leopard skin you brought me home scratches.
What do you mean it scratches?
You forgot to take the leopard out of it. I don't know how I'd stand it if it weren't for my daddy dear and my poor brother dear.
Hello, sis. What's the missing link done now?
Tarzan is abusing me again. Speak to him this instant.
Okay. Hey, Tars, can you loan me 5 coconuts?
5 more? What about the 10 you borrowed yesterday?
We should leave my past out of this.
Yesterday 10, today 5. Anyone think coconuts grow on trees? I know. I'll bet you've been down to that track at Santa Africa, betting on those antelopes again.
Yeah, I guess I'm a sucker.
You certainly are. Oh, well, here's your 5 coconuts.
Gee, I guess you're a sucker, too.
I certainly am.
Tarzan, don't stand there gabbing. Get me a cup of flour.
I can't. Your father's asleep in the flour barrel. And how I'd like to roll out the barrel.
Oh, I'll bet that's that Mrs. Ubangi from the next tree. She's always coming over here and giving me some of her lip.
Well, she's got plenty of it to spare. Come in.
Hi, y'all.
Hello, Francie Lou.
What are them victuals I smell cooking?
Does it smell good, Francie Lou? Mrs. Ubangi, quit smacking your lips. If you must know, that's real southern fried flamingo.
Well, shut my mouth.
Shut your mouth? Boy, that's a job for the WPA.
Quiet, you parasite in the manger. Won't you stay for dinner, Francie Lou?
I can't on account of we got a special occasion over to our house. My husband bumped into a couple of explorers today, and we're having them for dinner. Can't you all come over?
Well, why can't you bring your explorer friends over here?
Oh, I couldn't take them out of the oven now. Oh, before I forget it, I brought over a little snack from last night's dinner. Won't you try it, Mr. Tarzan?
Sure, thanks. Dr. Livingston, I presume.
Well, I got to be running along now. But before I go, can I ask you one favor, Tarzan?
Sure. What is it, Francie Lou?
Will you stop using my lower lip for an ashtray? Well, so long, everybody.
I saw you flirting with that Francie Lou. How dare you?
But, darling,
Don't you strike me. Oh, I feel faint. Quick, give me a glass of water.
I can't. Your father's asleep in the water cooler.
you done? You've awakened Father. Poor Daddy, dear. I'll sing you a lovely, soft lullaby. Oh, carry me
Out of here.
Oh, Tarzan! Where are you going? Oh! Tarzan, look out,
the lion! What is the fate of Tarzan? Will he be eaten by the lion, or will Tarzan eat the lion? Tune in again tomorrow night, and if you find out, let us know.
Well, Mr. Burroughs, what do you think of my interpretation?
I'm at a loss for words, Ken. Incredible is as close as I can come to it.
See, I knew you'd love it.
Telegram for Mr. Murray. Telegram.
Right here, boy.
Say, Ken, who is the wire from?
Probably some big producer. I'm so nervous I can't read it. Here, you take it.
It is from a producer. And it says, just heard your performance and would like to use you as the star of my next Tarzan picture.
Oh,
isn't that wonderful? I knew he'd make it.
See, I told you, folks. Isn't that swell, Mr. Burroughs? Well, looks like we're going to work together after all. Tell me, if I star in the picture, what are you going to call it?
Tarzan Goes to Pot.
Thank you, Mr. Burroughs, for dropping over tonight. And now, back in their true characters, Kenny Baker and Francis Langford join in a duet to bring us the vocal beauty of Blue Room.
All my future plans, dear, will suit your plans. Read the little blueprint. Here's your mother's room, here's your brother's room, on the wall are two prints.
Here's the kiddies' room, here's the biddies' room, here's a pantry lined with shelves, dear.
Here you plan for us, something grand for us, where we two can be ourselves, dear.
We'll have a blue room, a new room for two rooms,
where every day's a holiday, because I'm married to you.
Not like a ballroom, a small room, a hall room,
where you can smoke your pipe away with my wee head upon your knee.
We will thrive on, keep alive on, just nothing but kisses, with Mr. and Mrs. on little blue chairs.
I wear my trousseau and Robinson Crusoe.
It's not so far from where we care as a blue room far away upstairs.
Well, this is Ken Murray directing your attention to our dramatic half hour from New York under the expert guidance of Burns Mantle. The play, Her Master's Voice, starring Edward Everett Horton and Lucille Watson. Take it away, New York.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is New York. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast offer this timely advice to weather-wise motorists. Don't hibernate, insulate. Protect your car for winter driving now. Tonight, the Texaco Star Theater welcomes you again to another dramatic presentation from Broadway, heart of the World Theater. As is our custom, Texaco dealers will not interrupt tonight's performance by any commercial message. Here is Burns Mantle, distinguished Broadway drama critic, who will tell you about the play and its stars. Mr. Mantle.
Good evening. As Ken Murray told you, the play tonight is Her Master's Voice. The co-stars are Edward Everett Horton, Lucille Watson, and Elizabeth Patterson. The stage scene tonight is interesting. Sitting over here is Mr. Horton, a little nervously contemplating the microphone and waiting for me to give it up. Mr. Horton was born in Brooklyn, which makes Brooklyn proud, and his early stage years were partly devoted to light opera. He is, as you know, returning to the stage after many successful years in pictures. Last summer, he starred in Springtime for Henry, and will continue with that play on tour. Over there is Lucille Watson, who also is just back from Hollywood, where she made the usual Watson hit in The Picture of the Women. We in New York have come to believe that any play with Lucille Watson in it is pretty sure to be a good play. Her more recent successes have been scored in No More Ladies, Pride and Prejudice, and Yes, My Darling Daughter. Near me is Elizabeth Patterson, who came flying back from Hollywood to play tonight her original role of the mother-in-law in Her Master's Voice. She, too, is one of our Broadway favorites, and her recent success in the picture Sing, You Sinners has greatly pleased us. Miss Patterson was born in Tennessee, but she got her stage training in, of all places, Paris, France. She was one of the original Washington Square Players in New York, and that organization later became the Theater Guild. Claire Kummer's comedy, Her Master's Voice, was a happy first-night experience, and Broadway still remembers it. But tonight's play is about to begin. Her Master's Voice with Edward Everett Horton as Ned Farrar, Lucille Watson as Aunt Min, and Elizabeth Patterson playing her original role of Mrs. Martin.
Our comedy begins in a small suburban town, in the home of Ned Farrar, wherein we meet... But here's Ned himself to tell you about that.
May I do the honors? Thank you. Starting with myself, of course, I'm Ned Farrar, the irresponsible father of 2 children, the inconsiderate husband of Queena, and the unemployed son-in-law of Mrs. Ellie Martin. Queena, that's my wife, you know, and my mother-in-law are very worried about what Queena's rich Aunt Min will think of my being out of a job. Oh, dear rich Aunt Min. I've never had the pleasure of meeting her. She's avoided me ever since I married Queena and spoiled Queena's chances for an operatic career. Ah, poor Queena. Maybe she should have listened to her rich Aunt Min. I'm sure she felt that way tonight when we were all sitting around worrying.
Oh, Ned, I do wish there was something I could do to help. But I can't do anything but sing. And I can't even do that anymore. Isn't that right, Mama?
Well, of course you can sing, Queena. Look at all those music lessons your Aunt Min paid for when she sent you to Venice. Now, if I were you, I'd go and see Mr. Twilling.
Mr. Twilling? You mean Ned's old boy?
Why not? He's the head of this new radio network thing. I was reading about it in the paper only this morning. You do think he'd like Queena's voice, don't you, Ned?
No.
Ned?
Why, Ned?
No, I know Mr. Twilling pretty well, and he just does not like good singing.
Oh.
He likes to hear himself sing. He even likes to hear me sing, even though he couldn't stand me around the office anymore. Oh, at that, he might like Queena's voice. Maybe it isn't as good as we think.
Might have been better if Queena had stuck to her music lessons while she was in Venice instead of riding around in gondolas with you. Oh, my poor child.
And so they were married.
Married. Goodbye, my beautiful music. Goodbye to romance. It's gone out of our lives, Ned.
My poor child. Going on forever like this, without any servants and not a stitch of clothing.
Oh, well, now.
Girl that had everything. Could have married a rich man and had more.
Oh, really?
It's
Now...
too late now, Mama. Oh, Queena, do you want to kill me?
No, it's me she wants to kill. I'm the one who lost the job. I'm the good provider.
Oh, Ned, you're cruel.
No, now, Queena,
no one is to blame.
Now,
no one
Queena.
but myself.
Now, listen,
Don't
Queena,
listen
please.
to another word, Queena, dear. Now, come on.
Queena. Well, suppose I were to tell you that Twilling thought I had a beautiful voice, that he wanted me to sing.
I don't believe it.
Oh, no? Down by the old mill stream, where I first met you.
I'll sing goodbye to music.
The kingdom.
I won't listen.
There I knew
I'll sing
that
that
I loved but you. You were the queen, my little queen, by the old mill stream. Oh, rats.
Ned.
What is it?
I've given Queena a sleeping powder, and I'm going to take one myself.
Good. I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Glad the children aren't here to hear this row. They're sleeping over to Nellis's again. Certainly is a new idea to have your children in bed at the neighbors.
Well, they insist on it. The dog goes to bed with them, and old Delia reads the Bible to them till they go to sleep.
Mercy, I hope she's careful what she reads. Ned, what are you doing with Queena's apron?
I'm putting it on. Someone has to wash the dishes.
Poor Queena. Spends half her life in the dishpan. Oh, Ned, why don't you leave the dishes till morning?
It's all right. I don't mind.
Ned.
Yeah?
I wouldn't say this, Queena, but I think there's something in your voice.
Huh?
And if I were you, I'd go and see Mr. Twilling. Now, maybe you're a crooner without knowing it.
A what?
I mean it. You may be a born crooner. You know what they get.
I know what they ought to get.
Well, it's just an idea, Ned.
Yeah, well, don't have any more.
No. Well, good night, Ned. Oh, Ned, will you telephone the Nellises not to come? Queena asked them over for bridge in exchange for the children.
All right. Hello, operator. Operator. 2414. That's right. Come on in. The door's open. Hello? Oh, hold it a minute, John, will you? Strange people are barging in.
Is this 83 Sycamore Street?
Yes.
You ought to have your number so someone can see it, George. I drove by this house 3 times.
Well, drive by again. Did you want anything?
No.
Thanks. Hello, John. No bridge tonight, old man. No Queen has gone to bed. Oh, all tired out. A picnic tomorrow? You better count us out. You see, we had kind of a picnic tonight. Thanks, John. Yeah. Good night.
Is Mrs. Queena Farah at home? I'm Mrs. Stickney, her Aunt Mint.
Oh, are you really?
Yes. My chauffeur had the hardest time in finding this place.
Your chauffeur? Oh, that's who that was.
Isn't my niece here? I sent a telegram.
A telegram? Oh, well, one of the children must have got it first.
Oh, you poor man. I suppose you have to look after the children, too, besides looking after the kitchen. Where is my niece?
Well, she's out.
And where is Mrs. Martin? Is she out, too?
Well, yes, in a way she is. She's taken a sleeping powder and gone to bed.
And Mr. Farah, is he out with Mrs. Farah?
Oh, well, no, he's not. But he won't be home until late.
Well.
There's your bags, Mum.
Oh, is there a spare room?
No, but you can have the children's room.
Oh, I couldn't sleep with children.
Well, they're not in it. You see, they're staying with the neighbors.
Mrs. Stickney, do you want me to take your bags upstairs, or is George here going to?
George? Oh.
I'll take them up, Mrs. Stickney.
Oh, thank you, George. Good night, Father.
Good night, Mum.
Good night. Would you like to go to your room, Mrs. Stickney?
Not just yet. I want to have a little talk with you.
With me? Oh, really? Well, thank you.
Tell me, George, does Mr. Farah usually stay out at night like this?
No. You see, he's just lost his job and he's out celebrating.
Celebrating? Oh, well, I don't know, Mr. Farah, but it's quite the sort of thing I should expect him to celebrate.
Well, he hopes to get something better.
And I suppose in the meantime they'll have to let you go.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't cost much, really. I'll give them my evenings until I get a job.
Well, I must say that's very nice of you. George, do you ride horseback?
Yes, I do, yes.
And are you a good houseman?
That's not the general opinion. I mean, I don't know really how good I am.
Well, not that I like to go around stealing other people's servants, but I haven't got a houseman at my country place. And I think perhaps I'm making a mistake. If I could find the right man, I might seriously consider it.
Oh, really? Well, that's a very good idea to have a man in the house. People might think him strong or a good shot or something, even if he weren't, huh?
Exactly. George, how would you like to come with me, say, in about a week, and just see how we get on?
Well, I don't see how I could, really.
Well, why not? You certainly won't be able to stay on here with Mr. Farrer out of a job and everything.
Well, no, yes, yeah. No, I mean, well, that's just it. I don't think it would be right for me to leave Mrs. Farrer at a time like this.
You're a fine, loyal man, George. And I'm sure that Mrs. Farrer won't mind, because I won't tell her about your coming with me. In fact, she won't even be here. I'm taking her home with me tomorrow morning.
Oh, I didn't know that. Does she?
No, that's why I've come. The only way to make Queena get a much-needed rest is to swoop down and carry her off suddenly like this. She's worn out, poor darling, and I don't wonder, between living with her mother and that dreadful husband of hers. You understand, George.
But Mr. Farrer, how do you think he'll feel about it?
Well, how can he feel? If he'd any consideration for her at all, he'd realize that she needs a vacation. Why, he ought to be glad I'm willing to take her with me for a few weeks, don't you think so? And I don't see how he can stand in her way now, do you?
Well, no, I guess not. Dear Aunt Min, oh, such a capable woman. As long as she insisted on taking Queena off my hands for a while, well, who was I to say her nay? Besides, I had my reasons. I sneaked out of the house early the next morning, and I gave Aunt Min a chance to take over. Oh, she certainly did. A week later, after I had taken care of a few details, I took Aunt Min up on that job she offered me. Well, so far it's all right. I arrived this morning. I took the old girl out for a canter in the woods. Everything was fine until I started to mend the screen on the sleeping porch.
Ned! How did you get here?
Hello, Queena. Oh, I came up the ladder. I'm trying to mend the screen.
Ned, you're the man Aunt Min's been raving about.
Well, I guess I am, you see. The night that your aunt came to the house, she thought I was your houseboy.
What?
Yes. So I just let her keep on thinking it, and then she offered me this job.
But, Ned, how could you do it? How could you leave Mama and the children? I thought you were home with them.
Why, hasn't she written you?
Aunt Min doesn't let me have my letters. I'm having a rest cure.
Well, you see, I gave the children to the Nellises.
Gave the children?
Yes, they like their house better than ours anyway. Oh, my darling, it's just temporary. Don't look like that.
And Mama?
Oh, I gave her away, too.
What?
To Mr. Twilling, yes.
To Mr. Twilling? Don't joke, Ned.
I'm not joking. Twilling needed a housekeeper, so I gave him your mother. Now, don't worry, Queena, don't worry. She's very happy. I telephone to Twilling every evening.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you, Ned. You know, I think you'd be very fond of Mama if she weren't my mother.
Uh-huh. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I do want things to be all right with her, of course. Is the rest cure working?
Oh, it's dreadful. Aunt Min makes me sleep out here on the porch just because she's a fresh air fiend. I nearly froze last night. And when I told Aunt Min, she said she'd have the screen mended. And it's lonely out here in the night, all alone.
Well, Queena, look. With this ladder here, I'll be able to come up and keep you company tonight.
Oh, Ned, I've missed you.
If the squirrel coat doesn't keep you warm, Queena. Oh, George, you're mending the screen.
Well, I'm trying to, Mrs. Stickney, but I can't do any more now. I'm all out of tact.
Well, then, George. You can get some more tomorrow.
Yes, Mrs. Stickney.
And, George.
Yes?
Will you order the same horses from the livery stable for tomorrow?
Oh, I'll try to pick some younger ones.
Oh, but mine has such a lovely long tail.
Well, I'll look for another with a longer one.
Were you surprised to see George here, Queena?
Indeed, I was.
I wanted to surprise you about George. I hope you don't mind my taking him right out of your house. But he certainly seems fitted for better things than the kitchen work you've had him doing.
You're quite right, Aunt Min. He certainly does.
Why, he's even working on something else right now. He won't say what it is. He wants to keep it a secret. But I know it's something big, and I'm giving him 3 days off every week so he can attend to it. There's a man, Queena, who will amount to something.
I certainly hope so, Aunt Min.
Mrs. Stickney.
Yes, Phoebe, what is it?
It's your sister, ma'am, Mrs. Martin. She's here.
Mama, here?
Tell her to come in, Phoebe.
Oh.
Now, Queena, don't excite yourself.
Did you know she was coming, Aunt Min?
Why, yes, of course. She telephoned this morning. She was all upset about something.
Oh.
What, I don't know. You know how your mother is on the telephone. She ought never to use one.
Oh, my baby.
Oh, Mama.
Well, Ellie?
Mama, what's happened to you? You're all dressed up.
Well, in the first place, Ned has disappeared.
Oh, good.
Well, but before he disappeared, he sent the children to the Nellises and got me a position as Mr. Twilling's housekeeper.
Housekeeper?
Oh, I was glad to take it, but I had no idea.
Mama, what is the matter? Ellie, where did you get those pearls?
Well, that's partly what's the matter. You see, Mr. Twilling is not the quiet, retiring old gentleman he seemed at all.
Oh?
He sent for a dressmaker almost the first thing and had her make me some house dresses. Oh, not the ordinary house dresses at all. They're made of lovely taffeta, must cost you $4 a yard. And then he began to want me to have dinner with him.
Oh.
Sent to New York and had hats and suits sent out. This is one of them. And then he gave me these pearls, just because I made waffles for him twice.
Ellie, you mean you accepted all these things from this man? Well, I must say I can't understand it.
Well, he says that his father, knew Grandpa Min and cheated him out of a lot of money so that he owes me a lot more money than he'd ever be able to repay.
I don't believe it. No one could cheat Grandpa. He was a splendid businessman. He could cheat anybody.
Mama, I think it's exciting. Oh, that's not all, Queena.
Well, now, that's what I was afraid of. Go on, Ellie, and I'll get to the point if there is one.
Well, last night, Mr. Twilling asked me to marry him.
Marry him? Why, he must be crazy.
Mama, what are you going to do? Well, I'm not quite sure yet. But...
Now, you've no mind for making decisions, Ellie Martin. I'll decide what's best for you to do. Now, you stay here tonight. You're not going back to that man's house.
But, Min...
Yes, you can sleep in the room that opens on this porch, and then you'll be right next to Queena.
You mean Queena sleeps out here?
Why, yes, for the fresh air's doing her a world of good.
It's so cold, Min. Queena's not used to sleeping out of doors. We've been poor, but we've always had a roof over our heads.
Oh, I don't mind, Mama. Now I've got the squirrel coat.
Coat or no coat, I don't think she ought to sleep out here at this time of the year. There's a chill.
All right, Ellie, all right. I'll sleep out here myself.
Oh.
Yes, Queena can sleep in my
room.
But
Aunt Min.
Oh, not another word, Queena. It's all settled. I'll just tell Stevie to move your things into my room.
Oh, Mama, you don't know what you've done.
Darling.
Oh.
Don't be frightened, darling. Didn't you know I'd come to you? Poor little Precious, all alone out here. Alone with the birds and the beasts of the forest.
George!
Oh, Great Scott. Oh, Mrs. Stickney. Oh, what have I done? Oh, I beg your pardon.
George, you know I can't scream in my own house.
Gosh, you don't have to. Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh, good grief. I beg your pardon.
Why did you do this, George?
I must go, please. I'll explain some other time. Please, I must go.
George, be careful of that chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, really. I'm sorry.
Oh, dear.
I'm so sorry, really. I had no idea.
Dear.
Yeah. Now, the hide of somebody. They're coming out here.
Min, what's the matter?
Nothing, Ellie. Go back to bed.
But I heard an awful noise, Min. There's a man out here. I see him.
Nothing of the sort, Ellie.
Wait till I quick tell me where's the light.
Oh, Ellie, stop this nonsense.
Nonsense? Why, he's crouching over there in the corner. Oh, here's the light. Thank heaven.
You see, Ellie, there's nothing in that corner but my squirrel coat. I threw it over a stool.
Stool, nothing. Something's alive about that coat, and I know it isn't a squirrel. It's moving.
Oh, that's your astigmatism, Ellie. You don't know what you see without your glasses.
Well, I know I heard an awful crash. What was it?
I got up to pull the curtain so that the moonlight wouldn't come in, and I ran into the table and upset it. Now, turn out that light, Ellie, and go back to bed.
Look here, Min, the moon went down hours ago. It's practically sunrise.
Turn that light out. Now, you go back to bed and shut that door and don't come out again, no matter what you hear.
Really, Min?
Oh, now, good night, Ellie. George, are you still there?
I'm afraid so.
George, did you do this because of anything I said when we were out riding this afternoon?
Oh, no, really. I came because, well, you see, I thought...
Don't tell me now. Wait until tomorrow. I must be to blame in some way. I would rather think so.
But you don't understand. If you'd only let me...
Be careful going down the ladder. It wouldn't look well.
For me to break my neck. No, I won't.
Now go, George. Can you go quietly?
Oh, heavens, I hope so. Oh, what a night. Trapped on a screen porch with the wrong woman, passing myself off as a squirrel coat. Oh, what have I come to? What will Queena say? She knows that I've been a good and loving husband for 10 years. That is, I hope she knows. I hope she doesn't think I just can't resist climbing up ladders. And Aunt Min, I don't have to worry about her getting me wrong. She has already. Oh, who am I anyway? Am I Ned Farrar or George the porch climber? It's all getting very, very vague. Oh, dear, dear. What a night. What a night.
Mrs. Stickney, did you send for me?
No, Phoebe. It was George I wanted to see.
Oh, well, he's still asleep, ma'am.
Asleep at this hour of the morning?
Yes, ma'am. And if you ask me, ma'am, he must have had a pretty wild night of it.
Well, no one's asking you, Phoebe. When George wakes up, just tell him that I want to see him.
Nan, isn't it wonderful? Wonderful.
That'll be all, Phoebe. Now, Ellie, what is it that's so wonderful?
Well, he's here, me, and he's come for me.
Who's here?
Murgatroyd.
Murgatroyd? Who's he?
Mr. Twilling. He just this minute got here in his car. Queen has gone out to meet him.
I hope you're not seriously considering going off with this old lunatic.
You've no right to make such a remark, man. At least Mr. Twilling never came sneaking into my room at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Just what do you mean by that, Ellie?
You know perfectly well what I mean, man. I'm talking about last night. About the man under that squirrel coat. Mr. Twilling never got under a squirrel coat or anything of the sort.
Ellie, do you think I had a rendezvous with a man who was on the porch last night?
I don't know what you had, man. But I can't understand why you didn't scream.
Oh, Min, something wonderful has happened. Mr. Twilling's going to tell you all about it.
How do you do, Mrs. Stickney?
I'm very much surprised, Mr. Twilling.
Well, I should think you would be. We're all surprised. But perhaps you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, we know, Murgatroyd. You're talking about me.
Oh, there you are, Ellie. Hiding as usual. No, the great news is not about us. It's about Mrs. Stickney's hired man.
You mean George?
I mean George. I hired him at the same time you did, but for a different purpose. To sing on the radio.
To sing on the radio? George!
Yes, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He sings under the name of Sylvester Silverton, the silver-voiced tenor.
George is Sylvester Silverton.
There, I knew it. To think George has a fortune in his voice, and you never suspected it.
I did. I told him to go to see Mr. Twilling.
I didn't, but his voice was the first thing I loved about him.
What? Mercy, Queen. You told me not to say anything.
So, Queena, you're in love with him. Well, I begin to see it all now.
Oh, I didn't mean to tell you.
Murgatroyd isn't the car waiting.
Now, just a minute, Ellie. Do you know about this?
Yes, of course I did, Min. We are going, Queena. Aren't you coming down to see us all?
I'll be along in a minute, Mama.
Well, we'll wait in the car. Don't be long, dear.
But, Ellie.
Goodbye, Min.
Goodbye, Mrs. Stickney.
Please don't ask me about it, Aunt Min. I promised him I wouldn't say a word. He wants to tell you himself.
Oh, but this explains everything about last night. He thought you were on the sleeping porch. You've been having a romance with George.
Much more than that.
But I don't see how there can be much more than that.
But really, you don't understand.
Phoebe said you wanted to see me, Mrs. Stickney.
Oh, here he is.
Yes, come right in, George.
Oh, Mama's leaving. You'll have to excuse me, Aunt Min. He'll explain everything.
Oh, well, now look here. Well, you see, Mrs. Stickney.
Now, don't bother, George. I know your secret. Mr. Twilling told me. Now you're going to make a fortune, aren't you?
Well, I suppose so.
Is there anything else you have to tell me?
When you said you knew my secret, I thought perhaps you meant something else. I thought perhaps you knew about Queena and me.
Yes, I know about that, too. She told me. Oh, what a tragic love.
Well, then you understand about last night, that I came because...
Yes, I know.
I thought she was cold and frightened.
I can't blame Queena, really. Her life shattered by a worthless husband, and then you, so fine, so sensitive, so romantic.
Oh, I see. You don't know everything.
Is there more?
Oh, yes, there's much more. Why, you don't know the half of it.
What is it, George? I can bear anything now.
Well, mainly that my name isn't George.
No?
Now, you must be brave. Now, prepare for the worst. Brace yourself. I am Ned Farrar.
Ned Farrar? Well, I don't believe it. Does Queena know it? I mean, it isn't possible.
Oh, yes, it is. It is indeed. I've been all the time.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Of course not. And the worst of it is that now I've gotten awfully fond of you.
Oh, well, but you and Queena will go off and leave me the way Ellie did. Still, I have a great deal to live for. I always wanted to get round to draining the pond and putting up the memorial window for Grandpa.
Oh, nonsense. The idea of you talking like that. Why, Aunt Min, I can kiss you now that we're related, can't I? Well, I wanted to last night.
And I wanted you to.
Well,
There. Now, I have.
Thank you, Mr. Horton, Miss Watson, and Miss Patterson, for a fine interpretation of one of my favorite comedies. I could tell from your enthusiasm that you enjoyed playing it. Next week, we are going to add romantic music to our drama and give you... But first, let's hear from Larry Elliott.
Somewhere above America right now, giant passenger airliners are soaring smoothly, serenely, powerfully through space. To enjoy that smooth flying effect when driving your car, that would be downright luxury, wouldn't it? Well, today you can. Yes, come the closest to it you ever have with Sky Chief, Texaco's new premium gasoline. You'll find that out the instant you start your car. In the powerful, almost silent way your engine flows into action. In the smooth, brilliant response of your car as you glide from first to second to high. For Sky Chief literally gives wings to wheels. It's the nearest thing to flying power in ground travel. New, different, Sky Chief is truly a gasoline for those who want the best. And yet, it costs no more than other premium gasolines. You'll find it in the pump next to popular priced Fire Chief at your neighborhood Texaco dealer. And here's Mr. Mantle with news of next week's stars and play.
Next week's play will be Lynn Riggs' Green Grow the Lilacs, with John Bowles as a happy cowhand and June Walker playing her original role of Laurie Williams. Green Grow the Lilacs was a Theatre Guild success a few years ago and was later taken successfully on tour. Mr. Riggs is a poet of the prairies, of whom it has been written that he hymns the friendliness of his neighbors and the gorgeousness of nature. I hope you will all be with us next week at this time.
The Texas Company now takes pleasure in delivering a message on behalf of the entire petroleum industry. From the laboratories of the petroleum industry comes the amazing prediction that within our lifetime, articles such as paper, textiles, even food may be made from crude oil, the same source from which comes the gasoline that runs the car. But that's a thought for tomorrow. Here's one for today that shows how these same oil scientists are conserving one of the natural resources that have made America great. Once a barrel of crude oil yielded about 20% gasoline. Today, by scientific refining methods, more than double that amount of gasoline is obtained. Thus, the petroleum industry, through its research and scientific methods, is protecting our heritage of oil, is constantly serving not only you as an individual, but America as a whole. Next week, Texaco dealers from coast to coast invite you to be their guests again in the Texaco Star Theater, where from Hollywood you will hear Ken Murray, your master of ceremonies, Francis Langford, Kenny Baker, Irene of Tim and Irene, Jimmy Wellington, Tom Mix as guest star, and the Texaco Orchestra directed by David Brookman. From New York, the Texaco Star Theater brings you John Bowles and June Walker, starring in the romantic drama Green Grow the Lilacs. 1 full hour of complete entertainment. This is Larry Elliott saying goodnight for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Kenny Baker appeared on this program through the courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. The original music for Her Master's Voice was written and conducted by Layman Ingle. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.